No discussion. Call the question. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Brennan will pass those around for signature. And now, comments for any items not on the agenda any longer. Mr. Richards. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much.
So Richards, Norwich, I wanted to call your attention to what has been removed from the agenda for this evening, which is it's termed the Katucki lawsuit. I would change the title of that to the waste of money on the open meeting law lawsuit that the town is currently engaged in. It defies rationality. It defies logic. There is absolutely no reason for this town to have wasted $100,000 on a lawsuit that should never have been started. The only people or person who's benefiting from this is the town's lawyer. They've soaked us for $100,000. And I just don't see why it's continuing. I would love to have somebody explain to me why we're spending that kind of money when it doesn't need to be spent. It's not that hard to schedule a public meeting. You send out an agenda 2 days in advance. You invite the public, you allow the public to speak, and then you do minutes within 5 days, currently after the meeting. So I would truly, as a taxpayer, and I know that there are other taxpayers who support this, as a taxpayer, I would love to see this suit ended. Stop wasting money. There is no reason to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Reports submitted. So this week we have a finance department report, fire department, interim town manager update, and the police department. So we can go through these in order and take any questions. I would note that Joyce Hasbrook is back, our interim finance director, and she has done the April and May 23 closeout information. I would just say that as we prepare for the budget season, we should take a hard look at the fiscal 23 performance figures for anything that went over, I'm thinking over 100%, and see if it was an explainable, avoidable thing, or if we just under budgeted or what. I'm sure that's kind of already happening. I know that our finance officer and the town manager will be working on this, but I'm also wondering if there's anything that the board can do to help. So just throwing that out there.
Are we going one by one on these reports? I have a question. Just on the going through the restricted funds and finding some have balances of zero and some are for purposes that have gone by. It seemed to me that some of the memo was about eliminating those. I'm just wondering, is that something for us or something for voters or what? Like, what's the process for that?
Brennan?
So I think that Joyce put these memos together knowing that this would go to the select board, though they're addressed to the interim town manager. And she did have a couple, questions or, seeking guidance from the board on how we wanted to address some of the issues she's brought up to us.
What's the best way to respond, would you think?
If there is a consensus, I can just note that and get back to Joyce directly with, the consensus of the select board was to remove some of those zero balances. I think that was one of the questions she was asked in her memos here.
So let's just, starting on page 34 of the packet, that's where the reports start. And I think that Joyce's work, the two memorandums follow that. And so let's look at the one titled Motion to Reclass Overdrawn Restricted Fund number 47. So that one is particularly about speed signs, and it seems that we also have a speed sign fund account. and it didn't get charged to that. And so she's just asking to move that particular expenditure from the public safety facility to the more appropriate labeled account, speed signs.
That could be a motion.
That could be a motion. Pam, do you have something to say?
Yes, this is something that I discussed with the board several meetings ago. When Rod put the motion together, he suggested that we put it in the public safety equipment purchase fund, but then he gave the account number for speed signs. When the motion was made, Mary asked if she should be citing the account number, and she was told, no, that's not necessary. So it went to a reserve fund that had $0 in it. But we only budget $2,000 a year for speed signs. So if we move this, which I think we probably should, it's just going to be another over expenditure of a line item. And I think it's better to have an over expenditure of a line item than an over expenditure of a fund that has no money in it.
And as you saw later on, she was anticipating that we're going to have somewhere between, I can't remember the numbers, between 200,000 and 300,000 surplus. So I think it'll come out in the wash. Roger?
So just to be clear, this is reclassifying reserve fund spending and moving it to the general fund, which is the operating budget. So yeah, totally. Like, what else have we expended from reserve funds that can be moved over to use what the surplus? So if there is a line item that is appropriate for what we have for reserve funding, I think as a general practice, they should always be doing that, because you lose, so to speak, your operating budget at the end of the year, right? So
I think she brought this up simply.
Yes, but also what else you got? Like, let's go find more. You know?
She's going through it.
Yeah, that's great.
And I think, that's what I believe she's doing, going through things. And so basically, I think she brought this to us because it involved emotion. And so to the extent that it involved emotion, she's coming back to us and saying, this isn't just something that was decided in this office. This was actually something that you guys decided. So will you agree to let us move it? So I don't know whether it takes a motion. I would think that might be the cleanest way.
We literally did this last year. Like around this time, Fielding came with us, right, and said there was a surplus, and we made a motion.
Yep.
And then
We just deal
our
with
elected officials found that somehow problematic, and that ensued,
Roger.
war internally. But it's good to know that now it is a good practice. So it's funny what a year does.
Roger, we need to stick to right now.
Yeah, I am just reminding, since we're talking about deja vu, I'm just reminding that this was a general practice previous. The finance director came to us.
You said
we
that.
made the motion. We had done it.
Okay.
So
If you want to be out of here at 10:30, say things once. So we
Yes.
got it.
Yeah, I know. We had a 20-minute orientation and a 5 that you gave us, and then a 5-minute, snafu. So
And you were 5 minutes late, so let's just move on.
to get the technology. I anticipated the technology problem, and I anticipated your lecture about how to proceed. So let's go.
Okay, moving on. 1 second.
It's like unreal. Do you want a motion? I can work for you.
Pam needs to say something.
I disagree with Roger, but I will make a motion that we move the expenditure for these signs from the reserve fund for public safety equipment to the operating budget line item of speed signs in the amount of $8,847.
I'll second it.
Okay, Priscilla, Pam, and Mary. And Ralph, did you get that?
Yes, I think I did.
Okay. Is there any other discussion from the board? And then we have comments from the public.
I have one question. Have these signs been deployed yet?
No, I don't believe so.
We've had them for 9 months.
Forever.
Just a sec. Let's deal, well, that's a question, I guess, to deal with.
I can address, I was going to in my report, my update.
Okay, I'll wait. Thank you. So if the board has no other questions or concerns about flipping these costs, who in the public has something that they want to offer? Would you come to the table and give your name? Please don't give your identifiable address, but just say that you live in Norwich if you live in Norwich.
Dan Goulet. I'm a resident that lives about a mile away from here. June 7th, Select Board meeting, Joel Stettenheim, president of Norwich Solar Technologies, noted that Troy Bride sent then town employee Rod Francis an email.
Dan, I hate to interrupt, but can we get to that when we get farther down in the agenda?
Number 13.
Or you don't want to wait that long?
Yeah, I gotta get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and go fishing. So this is in response to his comments of the last meeting. And I thought this was protocol to present this at this time.
Oh, yeah, we were doing that a little earlier, so you kind of missed that one, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, anyway, he gave town employee Rod Franks an email and update on the NST, which is Norwich Solar Technology plans for upper level solar installation. We assert that his email and his arguments further reinforce our position that the Planning Commission and Select Board approved one site plan, which is significantly different from the plan presented to the Three Rivers Ottaquechee River Commission and the state of Vermont. We agree that on August 23rd, 2021, NST shared a partial version of a site plan with Rod Francis in an email noting the two features don't change our proposed solar project much. There's a small amount of squishing. One feature is to the north, the other to the south. This could not be further from the truth. The Planning Commission and the Select Board approved the following plan, which was Plan B, and we've been all through the plans and we've seen them all, which was the original 3-acre site. Partial plan that was NST's August 23rd email is very different. It is a version of the plan submitted to the state of Vermont. This version, however, is not reviewed by or approved by the town of Norwich Select Board or Planning Commission. Comments by Joel Stettenheim on June 7th, 2023 reinforces our point. NST did not acknowledge that the plans submitted to the state of Vermont and revised in this email were and are significantly different from the plan approved by the Norwich Town Boards. NST promised to return to the Planning Commission if the plan changed. The plan changed significantly from the plan that was approved, and they did not return. It was not a small amount of squishing. Instead, it was fundamentally different plan. It was the plan they intended to build and did not discuss this plan with the Select Board or the Planning Commission. We asked the Select Board to do the right thing. The Select Board members did not approve the plan that Norwich Solar Technology is presenting to the state for construction. Please support the town plan and our ridge lines. Thank you.
Thank you.
For being patient with me. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And Scooter has a very important public comment.
Okay. We kind of missed the public comment, but go ahead. We'll do some public comments. 3 minutes. Come on up, Scooter.
All right, thank you. Scooter Hardy from Boston Road. I've been thinking about this stuff for a while. And I just want to bring it up. First off, how's the garage up to the highway department?
Oh, we'll get to that later. I
That
believe
will also be in my,
our
Is it still shut?
town manager is going to give a talk about that. In case,
I just jotted down some quick thoughts here. You know, COVID's over, more or less. And it's time to go back to our business practices before. Everybody's working from home. All our the department heads. So the people in Norwich can't get the service that they need. And you name it, they're gone. I'm not very happy about that because we're paying them and you know they're not working full time. Okay, all of them, they're gone. I think they need to come back to the office and punch a clock so somebody knows where they are. They all start at the same time if possible, and they all go home at the same time. So everybody can keep an eye on them. Like the highway employees do, you know? If you're gonna be the big boss, you gotta set an example. And that isn't happening. And how come when we get new department heads, they go on vacation within a month or two? Vacation. It's like a freebie. It's like throwing candy to a kid. 2 months maybe, they go to Bermuda. We got one in Israel right now. That shouldn't be there. I think you ought to at least work a year before you're eligible to do that. I know at least 2 department heads have done that.
Okay. Can you wrap up?
No,
Oh.
excuse me, but I'll get to it. I don't have a lot more.
Okay.
The other part is we have 2 town highway pickups, and they're never in the yard at night. Oh, I know where one goes for sure. I don't know where the other one does. But that's another one of these bennies. You know, you're talking gas, insurance, you name it, and we're paying for it. The price of gas, the price of tires, the price of everything is gone astronomical. You want to come to work? Drive your own rigs, you know?
One more thing?
Just about, yeah.
Okay.
And I want to say, the way things are going in the town clerk's office, that's one of them that's on vacay right now. I think the state of Vermont, I know it's an elected position, but I think they should have an exam. For anybody that wants to be a town clerk, you have to take that test. And if you can't do it, you don't get to put your name on the ballot. Now, we have a big problem here. Big problem. So that's just a suggestion.
Okay. That one's for the state.
Well, yeah, but I want you all to know how I'm feeling.
Yep.
And a
One
lot of
more.
other people.
One more minute.
Okay. You're gonna get to the garage.
Yep.
And I think it's time. I'm not happy with the town manager, the interim town manager. I don't think he has a business head on his shoulders. And in most businesses, you go to work, you know, you're not calling in from home once in a while. There's a lot of funny stuff going on. And I don't think he's business related.
I have to stop you there.
Okay.
This fellow is on his email, and I'm getting those emails from 6 in the morning, even when he's here at midnight with us. And he's working with us a lot. I know what he's doing. And you have to remember, he's here under contract, which is a little bit different than being here under statute. So he's directly working with us, and that means we know what he's doing.
Well, I certainly hope he doesn't go under contract full time. I don't mean to be mean, but I don't like the way things are going, and I think we're spending a lot of money foolishly, a lot of it.
Well,
And we're not going to be able to sustain that much longer.
thank you very much for that. But I can tell you, I think we're getting our money's worth in Brennan. And
But don't stick up on it. This is my opinion.
I know it's your opinion. I just want to assure you that somebody's watching.
I'm watching.
I know, me too.
I'm watching the whole town, and I want people back to work.
Okay.
And I think all the big bosses, department heads, I think they're all overpaid. I really do.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? And please, can we try to come on up, try and stick to 3 minutes?
Try, yes. Troy McBride, Vermont native and North resident. Just a quick note on the correspondence. I'm sure you probably already noticed, but they mistook the visual analysis for the site plan. So the site plan was included in there. If you're comparing site plan to site plan, you need to compare site plan to site plan and not the visual analysis that's shown in the image. And so just want to make sure you're clear on that.
Correspondence from whom?
Yeah, that was just read.
It's not in the packet.
Right.
It was just read into.
Okay.
And
That was read into the record.
Yeah. So just want to start off with a happy summer solstice to you all. It's the most sun we'll see for the year, which is.
We know. Can you get to the point?
Yeah. I will try, but this is an emotional topic for me, and
I think it is for everybody. So if you can, and we just need any new information that you have restating. I'm trying to be kind to everybody and make sure everyone gets to speak, but let's try and be sensitive to timing. And I know I've given extra time to people, but you hear what I mean.
Yeah, I do. I think it's important to put this in context. And so I would appreciate the opportunity to put it in context.
3 minutes.
Okay, I will do my best.
Okay.
So I'm co-founder of Norwich Technologies, which is a great team of about 35 people, plus numerous other Vermont contractors we work with. Our team has installed about 50,000 solar panels, of almost 1 for every 10 Vermonters, which of today, collectively, those panels prevented the burning of about $10,000 worth of natural gas in New England. That's $10,000 worth of fossil fuels that doesn't support petrodictators, that didn't contribute to air pollution and related disease, and that didn't contribute to global warming. $10,000 worth of natural gas isn't a lot compared to how much we burn in New England, but collectively solar is making a real difference. And every project's important. This project we're talking about here, over its lifetime will prevent the burning of several $1 million worth of natural gas in New England. I'm happy to attend the select board meetings every other week and hear the important things that are happening in local government. I'm happy the select board is talking about solar. I'm dismayed that we're not talking about more solar in Norwich, but how we can try and prevent and kill the only solar project before the select board in the last 2+ years. I'm hopeful we can work on things that make Norwich, our community, and our world a better place at these select board meetings versus how we can try and prevent progress. And when I say a better place, I don't mean better place for us, for you and me, not really any of these people in the room. We're all pretty much 50+. We should be spending most of our time and our energy on making the world a more loving, more safe, more sustainable, better place for our children and our children's children and our children's children's children. And that's what we try to do every day in Norwich Technologies. We're a benefit corporation working to continuously get better at supporting our team, our community, our environment, and our world. And we're building these solar projects for our children and not for us. They bring good jobs. They reduce the burning of millions of dollars of fossil fuels. They provide long-term health, climate change, reduce pollution, and support Vermont energy independence. What we don't do at Norwich Technologies is we don't run a company that burns over $1 million of fossil fuels to melt glass. We aren't buying land and cutting down trees in our backyard just for a better view. We aren't clearing multiple acres of land for a family home. We aren't posting our properties, no trespassing. We aren't writing inflammatory emails to our neighbors. We aren't opposing other people's projects with inflammatory lies and then working to help permit box stores. We are, at Norwich Technologies, good, honest, hardworking, loving, caring people working to make the world a better place. This solar project is a win-win-win for the environment, the economy, and our community. This is a project that will prevent the burning of about $2 million in natural gas over its lifetime. It's a project that will keep 30 acres of land open to the public. It's a project that protects the land from a single family home that clears trees just for a view, then posts it no trespassing. It's co-located with transmission lines, a cell tower, and near the interstate. It's screened from view from roadways and homes. It more than doubles the land open to the public in that neighborhood. And it has a large, definite, and undeniable benefit to current and future generations. This is a project that has hundreds of pages of expert testimony in front of the Public Utility Commission. The commission takes that testimony from all parties, including those opposing the project. That testimony is then evaluated on its merits, not on hearsay or strongly stated views or falsehoods or wrong pictures, mislabeled documents. That testimony comes from experts at the Agency of Natural Resources, experts at the Public Service Department, aesthetic experts, historical preservation experts, and numerous others. This process has been going on for almost 2 years. And the town, the select board, the planning commission is a party to all of that information. The changes we're talking about today were provided to the town in August of 2021 in a timely fashion about 600 days ago. I beseech you all to turn to the positive, to search for love and goodness, to work to make the world a better place for our children and generations to come, to turn away from negativity and selfish short-sightedness and work for the future.
Thank you.
This energy to fight this project could be applied for good in the community. We are blessed with a wealth of resources and great people. Please don't use that wealth for short-term hate, but use that wealth for our future generations and making the world a better place.
Thank you, Troy.
Yeah, thank you for your time and thank you for the work you do.
All right, Stuart, I'm really going to insist now 3 minutes, everybody.
This is less than 3 minutes.
Okay.
Stuart Richards, Norwich. I want to object to your characterization that the people
This
who.
is not, we can't get into debate. I understand.
You have to speak to the chair.
Speak to me.
I want to object to anybody asserting that people who have different opinions are guilty of inflammatory lies.
All right.
That is not the way to conduct our discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. I think one of you, whoever wants to come up first.
Joy Kansas, President. I would simply like to say that the issue that is before the Select Board has to do with the process of how the preferred site letter was gained. That is the primary issue. It does not mean, and it should never be understood, that I or my neighbors are opposed to making this a better world, or that we are opposed to clean, renewable energy. Of course, we want that. It has to do with this specific site and how we arrived and how this whole thing was sold before the Town Planning Commission and the Select Board.
I understand. Thank you. And you know who you are. Come on.
It's okay. You don't have to address it.
Yeah, fine. Okay, 3 minutes max.
Mine is not on this particular topic.
Identify yourself.
Linda Cook.
Sorry, I'm Linda from Norwich. Cook. I wanted to ask on the speed signs. Can I do that now, or do you want to finish this particular part of it?
Why don't you wait until we get to the town manager's report?
Okay, not a problem. Thank you.
Anybody else here? Because we have 2 people in the Zoom world. Jim Merriman, you were first.
Thank you. I'm Jim Merriam, CEO of Norwich Technologies, and I wanted to take the opportunity.
Louder.
The volume, not the human. Volume on the devices.
We'll see if it's us or you.
I'm going to guess it's you.
Okay,
Can you hear me now?
not quite, but 3 minutes,
I can
please.
yell, and you might be able to just hear me directly.
Your 3 minutes won't start until we can hear you. Can you try it?
How about now?
Not yet. Hold.
Does the sound through the TV?
It could be the TV.
So maybe just.
His name is Jim Merriam, Merriam. We've gone for technical help. It's frustrating.
It sounds fine.
You thought we wouldn't agree on anything.
On the Zoom here.
Try now.
Go ahead and say something.
Can you hear now?
Yes.
Great.
Okay.
I'm Jim Merriam, CEO of Norwich Technologies, and I wanted to take the opportunity again to provide the basic facts with respect to the latest request to rescind the preferred siting letter for the solar project proposed. I believe the board must significantly weigh its considerations on these matters to the ability of its citizens and businesses to rely on its duly taken actions. In the absence of fraud or misdeed, separately and fundamentally proven, the board must avoid the appearance of fact of arbitrary or retroactive treatment on its own official actions, whether it's under the current board membership or prior membership. In this specific instance, the concerns of the neighbors have been more than appropriately heard and considered by the Select Board in well-documented public hearings at the Public Utilities Commission. In fact, in an order issued by the PUC on 8/19/2022 for the case number 213587 NMP, the hearing officer stated, quote, "Design details frequently change over the course of the development process for a variety of valid reasons, such as to minimize natural resource impacts as the applicant presents here. If the intervener landowner wishes to continue to challenge the validity of the preferred site letter, they may do so through the discovery and evidentiary hearing. The intervener landowner's request for sanctions on the applicant is denied," unquote. Those concerns were indeed heard by the professional staff with the specific experience and qualifications to conduct an evidentiary hearing. The high level of review at the PUC regarding the circumstances leading to the issuance of the preferred letter should be trusted to provide, their process should be trusted to provide a level of review beyond what can be reasonably be expected from a public meeting not designed to adjudicate these types of issues. We respectfully request that the Select Board let the preferred letter stand and remain in place and allow the process with the Public Utilities Commission to play out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a telephone number ending in 773. Can you identify yourself, please?
Hi, Marcia. Hi, Marcia. It's Mary Gorman.
Hello. Mary, we're limiting comments to 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'll be brief. First of all, just thank you to the Select Board for allowing this thoughtful discussion. There are 2 points I'd like to make. One is to just reinforce Joy's comment that this is really about just understanding, making sure that the process works and the process is done properly. There are 2 separate, Norwich Solar Technologies continues to refer to the PUC process. Now, this project would not get to the PUC unless the Select Board, the Planning Commission, and the TRORC approved the plan. You all approved a plan that was significantly different than the one that they presented. And that is what we are concerned about. That project was never brought back to the committee for formal discussion, even though they said that they would bring it back to the Planning Commission. And after presenting a formal plan to the state, they came back and presented the Select Board with the old plan, a plan that is so significantly different from what they're planning to build. So our request is very simple. Let's make sure that any development that happens in Norwich aligns to the town plan, and let's make sure that developers provide the town committees working so hard to ensure that the project aligns with the town plan and is what gets presented to the state. Now, we do expect some iterations, as we discussed in the very first meeting, but the difference between what you approved and what they have presented is so starkly different that it requires review. And the PUC in a statement about 2 weeks ago said exactly that you are permitted to go back and relook and rescind letters. That is another statement that has been made. Thank you very much. Sorry I couldn't be here in person, but vacation prohibited it, but to listen in.
Thank you very much, Mary. All right, I think that's the end of the public comments. So
Could you just, we have a Judy P in the waiting room.
Judy who?
It's just a first name, initial.
Okay, so whoever Judy P is,
She can't hear you in the waiting room
oh,
unless she's streaming simultaneously.
Judy P, if you're streaming simultaneously, please change your name on your Zoom so that we know who you are and we will let you in. For now, let's move on. We were in, what?
I have a motion, but
We had motion on the table that didn't get.
2 hours ago, we had a motion on the floor. And the motion was, I've lost
I
it.
made the motion to reclass the $8,847 to speed signs.
from public safety, which speaks on.
Right, from public safety equipment reserve fund to speed signs.
Okay,
And I second.
and Mary seconded it.
And so the amount, I think.
Right, 8,847.
All right. And now I think we've had opportunity to discuss, have we not? Yes. So all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. That was Pam,
Mary
Mary.
made the motion, Mary seconded.
Very good.
Okay, the next
No, can I speak to this? I want to speak to.
to the
We're
finance.
going to talk about the speed signs in the town manager's report.
Right. So basically, we were talking about money here, but we're going to talk about placement and all of that with the town manager. Is that what you're going to talk about?
Well, I'm trying to talk about if the money was not, it was in the police department or in the budget line item, but it wasn't the police that made the request for these speed signs, it was the interim town manager. So why is the interim town manager spending the department's line item that they did not request? So I'm looking for that question, number one. Number two, I think their budget should be reimbursed and made whole for money that they were going to use for whatever purpose is the question. I'd like answers to those two questions.
Well, first, the interim town manager didn't make that
It
choice.
wasn't him, it was wrong.
When he made that, he wasn't the interim, I believe.
Oh, what was he at that time?
Wasn't he?
He was the
But it
town
didn't-
manager.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether it was interim or not, but the board made the decision. He brought it to us, we made the decision.
But the police department didn't have a say, it was their budget.
Well, that's water under the bridge that we've just corrected. We've changed the channel here.
Okay, well, I was hoping their budget would be reimbursed for what they were going to use it for, and it wasn't speed signs. That's all.
Well, it was the public's, I'm not even sure what the Public Safety Commission was. Mary.
I feel like I open up a real can of worms with asking about Joyce's, wish to reclassify the restricted funds that have zero balances, but should we just maybe put that as a future agenda item to review them?
Well, I think if,
Just go close it, right? We should probably get on this.
just a second.
Right, so,
Well, just a second. In terms of the work of the finance office, I believe that office has its own expertise, and they're reclassifying and sort of in line with both good practices under accounting principles and pursuant to the audit, right?
Mhm.
And so I think we don't need to get involved in that practice, my sort of feeling, but where the board was actually involved by making a motion, as we did with this, then I think we do have to get involved to unwind it. But otherwise, I think the movement of things to get it in the correct pigeonhole is not up to us. Does anybody disagree with that? Pam?
That motion that was presented was schizophrenic.
The motion was.
The one that Rod presented was schizophrenic. It said one title and a different account number. So it should have gone to speed signs, and it's the board's prerogative if they want to spend money on speed signs out of a budget, then the board can do that.
But I think we don't have to debate the past motion.
Right.
What we're doing right now is just she's come back appropriately to say, since you
Is there
guys,
any other action that we need to take on those restricted funds that are at zero balance at this time?
not that I'm aware of. Do you think so?
No, I think this was the main one, that because it had a zero balance and was overspent, she wanted to get addressed.
I agree.
Okay, so thank you. Sorry that took so long.
Okay, and did we vote?
Yes.
Yeah, we're set on that one. And you're down to the new reports, finance. department. We did that.
All right, well, let's go back to her memo here. The next one was May 23 financial highlights. And she's not asking us to do anything there, is she? She's just kind of telling us stuff. Anybody have questions about that? I'll take that as a no. Then the fund reclassification, you just asked that question basically.
Mm-hmm.
So we know we're all set with that. And somewhere in there, did she have a motion in this one? Or was it in the other one? Oh, at the bottom, she wants to know, would we like to see a summary report or the detailed report presented in the select board packets, or both? And number 2, based on the answer to number 1, is the quarterly presentation okay, or do we want to see the report monthly? And number 3, the directive regarding zero balance accounts, are these to be closed as of June 30, all or only some? So shall we take each question in order? What would we like to see for reports? I'm happy with what we're seeing. Pam?
I prefer detail, and I prefer the one out of NEMRIC because it's the one that is easiest to read.
So that would be the both answer.
I don't know what she means by the summary report. Is that the little?
I think that's what she means by NEMRIC.
No, I think she means these on the front here where she gives the breakdown to department expense summary. I think those are helpful. If you look at, I guess it's the 3rd page of what
37 or something.
I don't number the pages. There's a revenue report and then she has a department expense summary. I would say both. And I would prefer that they come out of NEMRIC.
Well, we've been around the NEMRIC thing a million times, and basically everything's coming out of NEMRIC. All she's doing is putting it into an Excel spreadsheet so that she can manipulate it into columns and things.
Right, and she gives us information on the prior year, which just makes everything so small I can't read it. She has the actual and the budget for fiscal year 22, which makes it hard for me to read the report.
But if you put it in, you can put the percentage up to 100% and it makes it easy.
Print it. And I can't print it in enlarged print and get everything on the page.
Well, I guess everybody else, I'm happy with the way it's presented. Does anybody else other than Pam have a problem with the way it's presented?
I'm okay with how it's presented.
Okay.
So
Priscilla?
I can't read the detail sheets because I can't print them and I cannot stare at the computer screen and look at all that stuff. I mean, I can get these summary sheets okay.
Okay. In my prior life, I did a lot of this stuff. I'll try and get it larger so that you can print it, or I print it for you. I'll try that. So, Roger, how do you feel?
I don't have an opinion.
No,
This is good.
Okay. All right. So let's just say we like what we're seeing. Pam would also like to see one of the press the button NEMRIC reports. That's easy, I guess. Then number 2, the quarterly presentation. Do you want it quarterly or do you want to see it monthly?
Doesn't financial policy determine when we see it?
Well, the quarterly, as she mentions previously, is the accounts that have very little activity going on. So she was proposing that those potentially don't have to come up on a monthly basis, but they could be done on a quarterly basis. Because again, there's nothing changing there on a regular basis. I don't think it matters. She's just seeking guidance on how we'd like to see these.
Appreciated.
I'm okay with quarterly.
Okay. Dan?
I believe the policy is that we get a finance report every month at the second meeting of the month.
We're not talking about not receiving a report. It's just this one particular piece of the report. It's mentioned
I
earlier.
don't know which piece you're referring to then.
You have to read the memo back up here.
It says, do you want to see the report monthly?
The report that she mentions is on page 48 or page 1 of that memo, and it says, this report is generated from NEMRIC. This report has been created to present fund balances at the end of each quarter, which, because of the limited spending in the accounts, is a typical presentation frequency. So I would say that, for me, answers the question. If we're not getting much activity, then quarterly is enough for me. Anybody radically disagree with that or agree with that? Okay.
Yeah.
Quarterly is fine. And number 3, the directive regarding the zero balance accounts. Are these to be closed as of June 30, all or only some? Now, are zero balance accounts just zero balance because we've spent everything or because they never had anything in
No, those are explained as well in the memo, but she has a list there of about 10 or so that she has different recommendations for. Some of them are closing, some of them are merging. Again, this is Joyce trying to clean things up here at the end of the fiscal year to accommodate our audit.
Roger?
We've talked about this before, and I think it's just one of those things we just don't always have the answers to. If they were originally established by voters, they have to be disbanded by voters. And I think
Sounds right to me.
it's an open question about how to do that research, and when it's unknown, if after a good faith research effort, if it's still unknown whether or not board authorization can close them out or finance officer can close them out. So I think it's just a question of whether or not they were established as reserve funds, and if they were, then they have to be eliminated by voters.
Okay, so
we talked about this several times.
So it seems reasonable. I mean, she's probably just wanting to get a definitive last thing. Pam?
I've been doing some research on this, and there are many town reports that have articles where the voters have voted to eliminate various funds or combine them, so that only the voters can create the reserve funds, only the voters can end them.
Sounds right.
Yeah. So is this something that Joyce has the bandwidth to do, or do you want Pam likes to look in the? So she,
well, I think the clerk do. It's really a clerk duty, isn't it? Yeah.
I think that Joyce is seeking some guidance here. If the decision is we want to continue just to keep these on our books and have an article where we are eliminating specific funds that the voters are going to ratify, we can do that too. I think that will be done probably either way. I think these were identified as, and again, I'm not 100% sure if these are reserve funds or if these are not, but if they're not, that would be easy for her to close or consolidate.
I can confirm that they are all reserve funds created by the voters.
okay.
Well, why don't we then just say we are hold on that and either get some better guidance on whether that's allowed for the select board to authorize that these be eliminated or combined, or wait until next March and have a kind of all-reaching article that says we authorize these to be removed.
Okay.
Sounds like a January agenda item.
So we come to the analysis of the problem several times, but we haven't ever taken it to the next step. So Marcia's question, I think it was Marcia's question, who is going to be responsible for researching that question? If it was something that happened through the mechanisms of town meeting, then I do believe we can potentially ask the clerk to assist us with that. If we want to have a volunteer do it, that's fine. But or we decide that they all were established by voters and we don't need to know the history and we can just make the ask and then we need to do that phase. So I don't want to talk about this again. I want to know what the decision is. Is the decision we're going to just put this on on the ballot in March, and we'll just draft some language in February. Is that the directive?
How about this?
I think that would be fine. That's probably the easiest way to do it.
And Pam, if you have the citations for each of those when they were voted, just send them to Brennan's office and then we'll develop the article for the
I
warrant.
have about 75% of them.
Okay, that's great.
Good, done. All right, the next thing is the audit. Oh, we've done that. The audit classifications. Oh, that's what I saw. Oh, finished. Anything else that I missed? Okay, good. All right, the fire department report. That's good information about heat risks and preparedness. Interim town manager update, please.
Okay, so we actually had our monthly department head meeting this morning. So I have a couple things from each department to talk about. We just had finance in detail, so I'll just let that one go, other than to say Joyce is hard at work, again, closing out the last 2 months and now looking to close out the fiscal year and to restart the budgets for fiscal year 24. So that is all underway. We are making some progress on the hiring of a full-time finance director. Nothing I can announce right now, but progress continues there. On the planning side, coming up in the agenda, we're going to have the renewal for the Two River Katucki Regional Commission contracted services for Kyle Katz. So I think everybody's had the chance to look at that. That's really just looking to continue on his services here on a part-time basis to help us out. And obviously the Planning Commission now has a new chair. It's voted in at the organizational meeting, and we'll have 2 new appointments going on that board tonight. So that board has changed quite a bit here. And I know Jan last year is looking to, I guess, engage and try to get things moving there.
Is he the chair?
He was voted the chair. Yep. On the police side, Officer Maxim is going to be attending the police academy in Pittsford. Chief Cochran had mentioned she's got all of her pieces in there, and that will start in August. And she will be there for about 3 months. And Wade will be working on scheduling of the existing force there in her absence. So we are expecting that we will have coverage. We'll be down an officer there for that period of time, but Chief Cochran's capable of filling those gaps in. And then the speed sign installation that has come up a couple times already tonight. So we have 3 speed signs that were ordered, received last year. Apparently, at the time they were delivered, we could have had them installed, but we did not for reasons unknown to me. So we have basically had those kind of just sitting there in storage. I know Chief Cochran is working diligently with the vendor to figure out who can install those, and they would either have to do it through the vendor or hire a specialist to do the installation. And that is in process. I don't have a deadline of when we will have that done, but I would think in the next month or so, we'll have an idea of, again, where those will go and how they will be installed and who will install them.
And how much?
Yeah, we'll have to pay some amount for the installation of those.
Okay.
Questions there? Go ahead.
I think those were mobile signs. Did I misunderstand?
I think you did. Yeah, I don't believe they are mobile signs. I think they are pole mounted or mounted onto a fixed object.
I remember reading in the minutes that they were mobile, so maybe that was where the mistake was made.
That would make them easier to install.
It would.
If they were mobile. I don't believe they are.
Okay.
Mary?
Another question about transfer station fees for the trash ticket and the stickers and so forth. So does that usually shift on July 1, and are we just going to roll over with the same fees as last year?
So that's a good question. My understanding is those can be changed, but they sell the actual tickets and they go into effect on July 1st. So
Right.
if we have not made a change, we would have had to need to have done that probably a month or so ago if they were going to be ready to be sold at a different rate. So I think what we had determined was we were going to look at the budget at the end of the fiscal year and see how that looks as far as the underages or overages. If there's a significant deficit there, we might want to look at increasing the fees at some point during the fiscal year.
But that would be for the next budget.
Well, I believe we could we could, after they have gone into effect, make a change there. It's not written in stone that those cannot be increased, but I think that would be a complicated way to do it.
Well, I think that, when we've done it before, we've done this a few months ahead and looked at it and analyzed it, but it just sounds to me as though whatever's in place now would just stay in place until we have a chance to look at it, which would be during the budget process. So and I think that's just what you said, right?
Okay.
Good.
And it's not too long since that we've done it.
No, it's not. I just wanted some clarification. I did have a question about it from the DPW worker who is not clear as to whether it was going to stay the same, and he's getting questions from the public. So just understanding, what is the arrangement right now would be helpful.
So maybe you can let them know.
Yeah, if Chris hasn't already, we'll let him know that it's going to stay the same as it was.
Roger?
The stickers are in the fee schedule, which we modified a year ago, changed it. So you can change the fee schedule, adopt a new fee schedule, whenever you'd like. That being said, when we did the fee schedule a year ago, there was, we were negotiating the consulting contract at the same time. There was a thought that a significant savings would come from moving the pails to having a large receptacle. There were some safety related concerns because you essentially would have citizens taking their compost onto stairs and dumping it into a large vessel, right? But that was introduced as an idea, discussed with the vendor representative from the vendor. So I don't know where that stands. So, I think there were some matters that were discussed as changing at the transfer station, sort of separate from a fee schedule that would have some cost savings and are literally just in an email thread that we can pick up and have that conversation again. But I had a different question.
Well, and ask it.
Where are the signs going?
Oh, backwards.
So I believe one is slated to replace a sign on Beaver Meadow Road that is not working reliably and is already there in a set location. And the other two, I think, are still to be determined as far as their final placement and would probably be a judgment by DPW and Chief Cochran together based on some traffic counts and his observations.
Okay, we had done a study at Beaver Meadow Road with Two Rivers, and we were going to use that data to do the placement. Talked about this a month ago.
I think Brennan's talked to Rita again.
So we've since talked to Rita about that, and Rita had said what?
Well, we can engage with Two Rivers as well. I think, obviously we want to put these in the most useful strategic places. So
I totally defer to your judgment, wherever you and the departments think best. I'm just constantly reminding that, we had a year where we had done work and we seem to be forgetting about all of that. So I just want to bring it up that we had started this, followed up, moving with all the pieces, which is great. So thank you.
And Pam, you had a question?
I just want to make a comment back on the transfer station fees. I recall at a select board meeting, the board decided what percentage of supplement that they would add to the cost. So the transfer fees do not pay for 100% of all of the costs at this transfer station. So we need to look back to see what percentage the board was willing to pay out of the operating budget.
Yeah, I think this will be a budget issue for us to go over.
Right.
Okay. Come on up, Linda.
Hi, Linda from Norwich. What you're discussing as far as solid waste, the option was using a different vendor for the food waste. They would have given us a $10,000 savings. And the option with the contract, I'm not sure where it went to at that portion, but it would have saved us $10,000 to switch away from Casella. So you'd have to look back into it again. And Andy may have more of that in writing than I'm aware of, but I know that was the final figure.
I was kind of under the impression that Casella was the only option.
We weren't moving away from Priscilla. We were modifying how they did the compost pickup, which was that giant bucket that I was describing earlier.
And so I don't know where it fell off to at the end, but it was a big savings at the time.
Okay.
And can I
We'll take that on board and
bring it up again and see, because I don't know the.
Just a giant bucket of compost.
Can I go back to the other one you were just talking about?
which one?
Speed signs?
You may, go ahead.
I'd like to ask my questions again.
Yeah.
And see if there are answers there and what happened. And if it was a public safety building line item, and it wasn't authorized by the department, yet you're saying it was the town, he was town manager at the time, Rod?
Well, he was in the seat.
Okay, whatever title he had, he's the one that authorized it. Can we make the police department's budget whole for money that was taken for something they didn't authorize?
Well, I'm not sure that the police department budget and the public safety line that we're talking about are one and the same.
Or wherever department it goes to, either it goes to fire or to them, or it's a line item that's discontinued, I'm not sure. But if they didn't have anything to do with it, but there's a line item they would have spent on whatever it is, and I'm not sure what that would have been.
Not sure that anybody has not received something that they asked for because of that. But
okay, just the question on it to see if there's a step that we missed somehow.
Yeah,
that's all.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to the DPW garage. So this is a kind of important thing to discuss here, and I wanted to make everybody aware, if they were not already, that we had a structural engineer who came in at the request of the DPW director to do a analysis of the garage. And Chris had mentioned to me when I came on, and has been concerned about the integrity of some of the support columns in that garage that have been degraded over time based on probably road salt and other materials. So what unfortunately was found was that two of those pillars have been severely degraded to the point where they're not even really supporting anything at this point. We got a report back in a memo last week on, I guess, Thursday afternoon. So Chris Kaufman is continuing to work with the engineering firm. Right now, they have made a recommendation that the building not be occupied until some temporary supports can be put into place. So Chris has told his workers are not to be in there, currently, and he's got kind of a small staff right now. So I don't think that's been a hardship, but we are looking to kind of get a little more definitive from the structural engineer about whether people are able to go in temporarily to pick up material, or whether we can just shut the door and nobody goes in there until there's a remedy. So we should know something more about that by the end of this week. There is a couple temporary, recommended temporary support suggestions. And one of those is to just with some reinforced wooden pillars support the beams that are degraded. And that would allow us to go back in and occupy that space for the rest of the summer. Obviously, we don't have any snow loads right now, and that's helpful. If we did, we'd probably have a real problem. A second phase step would be to get somebody to come in and do some actual metal work on the degraded columns, where they would actually put some supports in place that would connect to the floor via metal. And that would probably allow us to get through the winter, and those would obviously be tested to support a snow load that we would have on the roof. Those, both of those are fairly short-term and fairly inexpensive solutions. The other piece of this, and what kind of had prompted the request for this engineer to come in and look at the building, are some greater concerns that are going to have to come up, I think, when we get into the budgeting discussions and our capital planning. And those have to do with just some basic conditions of that facility. Chris has pointed out, and I'm sure most of us are aware, some of the door widths are really not conducive to getting their equipment in and out of there. So Chris has a couple ideas and suggestions about how we can improve that, but those will be more costly and require some more thought. So again, kind of 3 phases of this. I think the first one is the most critical, and we can do that quickly and hopefully have people being able to go back in and occupy the building within the next week or so. The metal work, I think we can do within the next month or month and a half before winter. And then again, I think the bigger question about what do we do long term with that facility is something that we can start talking about here either towards the end of the summer or early fall when we begin budgeting.
Do you know the age of that building?
I believe the original building is back to the 80s. And then there was the new portion of that was put on, I believe, in 2014 or 15. So it's fairly new parts of it. But again, I'm not an engineer or an architect. There have definitely been some concerns pointed out by Chris Kaufman about the conditions and some of the, just basically how all that was put together and some leaking roofs and some insulation issues that have occurred.
So just to be clear, Chris is actively working on developing either an RFQ process or some kind of process that would give this board a future presentation.
Yeah, that was kind of the impetus for the impetus for bringing in this engineer was to get an expert to look at the facility.
So thank you. That's brilliant. And I really look forward to being able to just having information that we can, vote on during a budget process. So thank you for that.
We need to know whether we need an entirely new building or if it's worth salvaging. Any good news?
Oh, you're done?
I have more. Is this specifically to the garage?
Do you want to wait and see? You want to get through it and then?
I don't. You go ahead.
So Chris Clement, Norwich. So I'll address it to you. When we experienced the storm and the Norwich pool was taken out,
2017.
Instead of rebuilding the pool, the money was going to be allocated to repairs to DPW, to that building. So if we have already moved forward only less than 7 years, I guess I would like to know as a member of the public where that money actually was put into if it's already falling apart. It would be a fair question to know, I think.
It's
Roger?
It's not the same improvements, but I think we should wait until we actually see an actual proposal.
Well, I wouldn't.
These are years of deferred maintenance separate
We
from
have
that.
allocated a lot of money to redo and to do the roof so that it could accept solar. So yeah, if there was oversight on the engineering and the construction of that money, the public did approve, as Pam was saying. I remember it was on the ballot if we wanted to allocate that money for the pool to DPW. So it seems a little harsh to know that we're already going to be thinking about tearing a building down that we just spent a lot of money on.
I don't know that anybody's considering tearing the building down.
I'm just wondering how it's falling apart.
So let's find out where that money went. That would be a good thing. If there was a chunk of money and it wasn't spent, we might need it.
Okay.
Your call.
On the garage?
Yeah. Are you gonna get more than one engineering company to look at the damage up there?
Right now, my understanding is the one engineering company we have contracted with is probably the one in Vermont that does this type of work. So I don't know that in the short term we would have time to go out and solicit multiple bids. No.
This is just to be clear, because I think Brennan is updating us on like what structural things need to be added to support the building so our staff could safely use it. And then anything about a longer project, we will see at a future meeting during budget season. So like this firm is engaged in putting in posts so people can get in and out of the building so they can be safe.
I realize that.
Okay, so we're not talking like there's a whole other process that Marcia was alluding to that we have to go through.
I think the other,
And it'll probably be an RFQ process.
one opinion on that. It sounds to me like this is, I can't believe the building's in that bad a shape. I've been in there a lot. And I think they're going around the back door here, condemn whatever they're gonna condemn so they can get the new garage doors, which is gonna be unbelievable. I don't see why we can't use what we have used for all these years. I can't believe the money that's put into that place up there. Just since Chris has been in charge. I mean, it's crazy, but this is a back door away into getting the new garage doors.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, I'll try to keep moving here. The Beaver Mill Garage?
Sort of. Buildings.
Why don't I finish this if I can, Stuart? And then if I don't answer your question,
This is
come up.
real quick.
Go
Oh.
ahead, please, then.
I'd like you to
Go
finish
ahead.
this.
Okay, thank you. So the last thing I had for the DPW is that the culvert work on Beaver Meadow Road, which are 7 culverts that are going to have to be replaced, and that's going to tie things up on that stretch of road. There will be detours that I think are fairly minimal there to get people routed around while that actual work is being done. Right now, weather dependent, they're looking at July 18th through the 20th, and that's a little flexible and could extend a little more than that. So we will get out to the public through the listserv and the website, however else we can, just a more updated notification when we get a little bit closer to that. But I'll just throw that out there now for public acknowledgement that is going to be happening here. Okay. On the fire department, our chief reports that the fire department was out supporting the Marion Cross Field Day last week. I was listening to that out my window for most of the day, and that sounded like a good time was had. Emergency management, the chief is going to be representing the town at a planning for a catastrophic event at the end of the month here. I think they do this from time to time. They envision what would happen if something failed, like a dam, and how various towns would react that are downstream. So he'll be there for that. The chief and Wade Cochran have been working on the community road captain program, trying to kind of improve upon what was already been established for that. They're going to have a meeting, which I think everybody will be invited to if they're interested, on July 11th. And then another kind of planning process that the chief's going to be involved with related to a mass casualty incident and planning for how we would react to that.
I'm glad to hear about that going forward.
Yep. Our world today, that is something we should all be ready to react to. On the recreation side, Bree has reported that the summer camps are going to start next week, and those will run through August 18th. She'd like people to know that the scholarship fund has been depleted, and a new donation link is now active on the website. So if folks are interested in contributing to that, that helps fund kids' participation in the programming that goes on in the rec department. The Barrett Playground is currently, the equipment that was pre-ordered has been moved down to that site, and they are looking for installation here by the end of July. And that will be a volunteer effort to get that installed. Huntley Field Fountain, there's going to be a removal of the current fountain that's not working and a reinstallation here in the next, I believe, month or so. So that's going to be something that will be contracted out. And Then there also at Huntley Meadows, a new split rail fence is going to be installed where the existing fence is. That's in pretty bad condition right now, and that's going to be a conservation committee project that Bree's working with them on.
Nice.
So yeah, a lot of good stuff there. And then on the town manager side, just a quick update on some topics that have come up over the last month or so. We did have a meeting with a group of folks related to the Beaver Meadow Road pedestrian improvements, and have some ideas there on kind of less expensive alternatives that could create a safer environment to get people along that corridor. So that's kind of a work in progress. We also, on the Kids Bridge initiative, we have selected a project manager, a gentleman coincidentally named Bridge McDowell, who is a wonderful guy, a Norwich resident and a semi-retired developer who has stepped up into the project manager role. And we had a brief meeting of some of the stakeholders where folks were kind of asked to stand ready to move forward. We're trying to get a final design locked in, and then a budget to go with that final design. And then once we've kind of completed fundraising to get the budget funded, moving forward with ordering materials. And again, our hope is to get this constructed here this season before the end of the fall.
So there'll need to be more fundraising?
There could be, yeah. It's still to be determined what the final number is, but I anticipate that we're not. And then the only other thing that had come up in our department head meeting, which I think maybe should just be a discussion at some point, was the Juneteenth holiday that was just celebrated on Monday. That is now a federal holiday, a state holiday, but the town of Norwich does not recognize it. And there was a request that we consider adding a holiday, I guess, that would be in celebration of that event. We obviously have 363 days until it comes along again, but that might be something when we get into the policy rewrite, we might want to talk about adding that as well.
We may need to add vacation days in general, actually.
Roger, can you speak up?
We may need to add more vacation days in general, actually, when we have the personnel policy.
Well, that specifically would be
yes,
considered a holiday in recognition of Juneteenth. So,
I'm sorry, not vacation days, holidays, paid holidays.
So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a lot. Stuart, you've been busy, sir.
Stuart Richards, Norwich resident. So the discussion about the garage has reminded me of past discussions related to Tracy Hall. And I wonder if anybody here knows what's happening with the viability of Tracy Hall over this coming winter. Because my recollection is that the burners, oil burners and or other equipment is perhaps not really usable or not reliable. And so what actions have been taken that the public or I might not be aware of to prepare for a problem that the contractors have said needs to be addressed? And thank you for any information that you might be able,
Item number
to share.
14 tonight.
Terrific, thank you.
Okay. Good. And then the last thing that we had for reports was the police department, which was a very helpful summary of what's going on in our town and with our police force. We are now at the action item section of the agenda, and the first item is the Planning Commission appointments. We have 2 vacancies and 3 applicants. I'm delighted to see whenever new people are volunteering to serve the town and they haven't had any experience before with it. So we will hear from each person in order. And the first person in the packet is Chris Clement.
Clement, Norwich, interested in being on the planning commission. So are you going to ask me questions or
No.
how would you like to proceed? How would we proceed?
Basically, senior application. Is there anything else that you want to add to that?
No, I think general interest in the town, clearly very aware of what's going on, and I'm not quite sure what else
Okay.
more I can contribute to that.
All right. Does anyone have any questions? Yes.
I'd just like to make a comment that I have worked with Chris as a lister, and I'm happy to see that she is at a point in her life where she's ready to get involved again. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much. The next person on the list is Robert Gear.
Hello,
Hello, Robert.
Robert Gear. I'm a Norwich resident. Would like to clarify that I'm applying for the 1-year open seat. There are 2 positions. One is general planning commission member. I'm applying for the 1-year position. I have extensive experience in town governance, and most relative to this position was the time I spent on the Development Review Board, where we dealt with codes, violations, and requests for variances and so on. So I'm somewhat familiar with the need for clarity in our zoning and planning. I think I can help provide that. That's why I'm applying.
Thank you. Don't go away.
Yeah.
Any questions, anyone?
Can you clarify what appointments we're looking to make?
Yeah. We're looking for 2 appointments, and I can't tell you if it's Rob just said it's the 1-year position and presumably a 2-year position, because we had 2 people resign.
They're 4-year position. Well, 2-year. Yeah. One maybe 2 years.
If you look at the list online, one expires in 2024 and one expires in 2025.
I wrote it. Sorry, I forgot it.
So these are incorrect. The 2024.
One would be 2024, the other would be 2025.
Okay.
2-year.
It's on our motion sheet. It's
I have them at all on my motion sheet.
I don't
Not on
know.
ours at all, no.
That's fine. So because we're looking to finish somebody's appointment.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
They're unexpired.
2 people,
Unexpired.
persons, appointments.
Thank you, Rob.
Usually 4 years.
Crucial bit of information.
That's 1 year.
Yep.
It's a 2-year.
Okay. And Chris, did you have a preference for the 1-year or the 2-year?
I don't really have a preference to make sure I stay in one or the other.
It's up to you.
The 1 year.
Okay. All right. And the last person is Bob Pape. I'm sorry, I called you Bob. Should I say Robert?
Oh,
Okay.
here. Bob Pape of Turnpike Road. I guess a month ago, my family, my wife and I moved here a few years ago, and been tried to get engaged as quickly as possible in the town, volunteering at the Montshire PTO, coaching, all of that. And it's pretty clear that Norwich is a town that functions from people just doing the work and getting engaged, and I want to contribute that way. I'm a chemical engineer, worked in biotech. I'm familiar. I mean, it's a different type of government regulation, but it's government regulation filing INDs and complying with the regulations that are in place. I guess I've owned and rented in rural and urban and suburban areas, and I know the value of having a place that can retain its people and retain its character.
Great, thank you. Does anyone have questions for Bob? Pam?
We have 2 applicants for the 1-year position. Would you be willing to apply for the 2-year position?
I have no preference. Yeah, sure.
So if we appointed you for 2 years, you would not.
2 years, all right, sure.
So I can make a motion.
Yes, if no one else has a question for Bob. Okay, go ahead with your motion.
So I move to appoint Bob Pape. I hope that's your pronunciation. For a term to the Planning Commission to expire in 2025.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you for being here for the second evening for 2 hours plus.
Dedication.
Despite all things.
One better way to learn about Norwich government. Any question, any,
Do we need a second?
I second.
Oh, you did.
second, any discussions? Call the question? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, Bob. You have the 2-year position. How quick. And do we have a motion as to the first? Yes.
I'd like to move to appoint Chris Clement to the 1-year position on the Planning Commission expiring in 2024.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Priscilla. Any discussion? Call the question. All in favor? We have to do a roll call. Priscilla?
Yes.
Pam?
Yes.
Roger?
No.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes. Thank you very much, Chris. You have the 1-year position, and Bob, thank you very much for doing that. Thank you. And I know you're already doing a lot of service for the town and will continue. Thank you. All right. The next thing that we have on the agenda is the DPW Paving Bid Request. Brennan?
So as you have read in the packet, we have a bid out for the repaving of the transfer station parking area. I think Chris Coffin did a nice job of summarizing this, so I won't go into the detail, but his recommendation here is to go with the lowest bid, which would be here. Springfield Paving, sorry, for amount of approximately $46,000 for the transfer station paving project. And he had broken down the expenses there and where the money would come from in his memo.
You said 46. Springfield Paving is 32.
Look down in the paragraph.
Yeah, there's additional work to be done. So there's the original quote, and then there was a addition to that.
Got it.
So I can make a motion, but my only question, Brennan, is approximately 46,000. It's not like great for a motion. So is there a not to exceed?
How about maybe a not to exceed?
What's the not to exceed number you are?
Why don't we say 50,000 if that's okay, and that'll give them a little room there.
Sure. And then my final, is this from the operating budget?
It's from the paving fund.
Yeah, he had two different expenditures.
Okay.
Operating and designated.
Most of it from the designated.
Okay, so maybe, well, I'll go with this. I move to award the paving project of the transfer station to Springfield Paving for an amount not to exceed $50,000 with partial funding of $30,000 to come from the FY24 operation budget. And the remainder to come from the paving fund reserve fund. Want me to repeat it?
Please.
I move to award the paving project to Springfield, the transfer station paving project to Springfield Paving for an amount not to exceed $50,000 with $30,000 to come from the FY24 operating budget and the remainder to come from the paving reserve fund.
I'll second it.
And by Mary, any discussion? I just have a question. How big is this area?
Well, you have to divide the tonnage by the square foot. No, I honestly don't have a good answer. You've been there. You can kind of picture the amount.
Just seems like so much money for that area. But what do I know?
It's expensive.
They're also putting down a sub base and 3 inches of pavement where the big trucks are coming through. Okay. So it's a fair amount of material.
Okay. All right. So
just a couple of comments. I'm so delighted that this is going to happen because that surface is horrible.
Horrible.
Oh, horrible. And I also want to say a great big thank you to Brennan, because I looked at this and I said, you know, when I look at the differences in price on some of this stuff, it's very strange to have a bid where you have like the sub base is around $69 and then all of a sudden there's one that says 20 and I'm like, what's wrong with this? And there's, you know, big spread on the asphalt too. And Brennan checked it out for me and he said, it's all standard stuff and it depends on what they have in stock, ready to go, and but they have to do it. So we're not worried about the quality being inferior. I appreciate, and he got back to me in like 20 minutes. So I just want to say thank you, Brennan.
You're welcome. It's 6 a.m, right?
No, it's right.
All right, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. We shall be paved. All right, now we are at the 3-month extension of the contract with TRORC for the services of Kyle Katz, planner. Brennan.
Okay, so as you saw in the packet, this is really just a third amendment to the original contract we signed earlier this winter, and this will continue to allow Kyle to work in the planning office limited hours. He seems to be able to accomplish what he is needing to do in that time. He's been very helpful. He's actually a really nice guy to work with as well, and I think our townsfolk have enjoyed that. So as you can see, the rate has not changed. We're still anticipating 6 or 7 hours each week, and this would take us through the end of September with his services. I will add that we do continue to advertise and seek a full-time planning and zoning administrator, but again, we have not had a lot of luck finding a qualified applicant for that so far.
Okay. And do we have any sense of how long TRORC will be able to do this?
I wouldn't speak for them, but every conversation I've had, they've been happy to try to support us as one of their member towns. So,
okay. All right. Do we have a motion? And then we can have any discussion if needed.
I move to approve the 3-month extension of contract with TRORC for services of Kyle Katz, planner.
Thank you. And do we have a second?
Second it.
Second by Priscilla. Any discussion? No discussion? Call the question. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. All right. The next thing on our agenda is delinquent dog licenses. Brennan, I don't know if you want to speak to this or we just want to look at the materials from the
I honestly didn't know about this until it hit the packet, and so I don't really have a comment. I know Wade Chief Cochran is on the line here, and we might want to ask him his opinion because his police department has been kind of offered as the punitive arm of the ordinance. So,
okay. Chief Cochran, are you able to speak to this?
I can, Madam Chair. I guess, in speaking with Brennan, I was just as surprised. Nobody spoke to me prior to. I think there's other ways that we could probably go about this first. And I'd prefer that because we certainly don't have the resources to go arrest all the puppies that are. So I would welcome a conversation with the town clerk, I guess, when she gets back. But that's where I would go from there. As to the warrant issue, I don't think that's a road that we should go down.
I note that the citation that she gives says that the legislative body may issue a warrant. There's nothing directive about it. And at this point, we don't have an animal control officer or anything set up for this. I'm wondering, can you tell us if there's been any problems with animals that you've had to or been called upon to deal with?
Madam Chair, we have occasional animal problems or animal bites. Any animals that we've had issues with have actually been registered with the town. So I don't see this as they're not related for sure. So that's why I would recommend definitely maybe even a letter from the police department, which we have, and we could send that as well.
Yeah. Well, board members, do you have any concerns, or would you be happy letting the chief just send a letter to the people who have been identified? Mary?
I'd be very happy with that letter. And it seemed that the cases that were mentioned, people were responding, but it wasn't the same as having a dog that was vicious, that was going to bother anybody. So I thought it was perhaps a little heavy-handed to do a warrant.
Yeah.
So.
Pam?
I would prefer to have the chief issue a letter and ask that people comply.
Okay. Anyone else want to comment?
I agree with Pam.
All right. I would just note that the longer list seemed to be people who had their dogs given rabies treatment, and so they weren't a danger, but they hadn't registered them in town. And I think probably the purpose of the law is to make sure that people do have animals that have the vaccinations for rabies. And so I would agree that a letter from the chief would be enough.
We also, we don't know anything about the resources it takes to properly impound all dogs or wolf hybrids, right? And that's like a whole thing. So that's just not.
Well, we don't have anything set up. We wouldn't even know where to begin.
That's a whole thing. So let's not. Let's just not.
Well, I remember once paying a lot of money for a rabbit.
Yes, that's a whole thing.
All right.
It's a story I must hear someday.
We don't have the resources or the ability to properly impound, so let's not issue a warrant for them.
All right, so let's just say that the board declines to take any action on this, and we'll leave it to the chief. And I think if you could talk with the clerk and let us know what you decide and what you do, that would be great.
Sounds good. I can do that.
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks for appearing. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. All right. The next item is the personnel policy revision plan. Mary, would you like to discuss this, and Brennan can jump in?
Trying to think of a reasonable strategy for a rewrite of our personnel policy. Could be a town committee, but I think that would kind of bog us down and perhaps not bring the most up-to-date information forward. Our town council will provide, it's not exactly a template, they'll provide some kind of guide to personnel policy for a set fee. And so there's that. And then we have our in-house expertise with Miranda, who's been our HR person for many years, is familiar with the workforce and a lot of procedures that need to happen. And we have Brennan here as well. And if they are willing to at least produce a draft for us, I think that might be a wise way to get started, and then have that reviewed by council. The other issue that's come up that I find interesting and like a little clarification on, I did write to Jill Muir of the VLCT to see if there were model policies. She said there are two types, and one is for smaller towns, one is for larger towns with more administrative support. But the ones for larger towns include how to handle progressive discipline. And I think that that's a very important management tool for our town. In other words, you develop a relationship with your employee, and if there's something going on that needs a little attention, first step, you sit down and talk. And if it's still a problem, or if it gets more involved, then maybe you write it up, put something in the file. So it's like a way of trying to have a relationship with an employee, have fair discussions about how things are going, and also to document what's happening. And I think that's a very valuable management tool. But that is something where VLCT said the policy for the smaller towns, if you have any hint of that, like don't, just, it's almost, I don't know if you just can't use that technique or not. But it does seem too that if you do use that management technique, you have to use it properly. You have to have procedures in place because when you let someone go, you have to have just cause, and you have to just document that, in a precise way. So, that remains to be sorted out as part of the effort. So,
my sort of reading and talk with one of the counsel from the law firm that we use is that the state law, of course, provides for at-will employment, which means that, as there was a case in Rutland, for example, where there was a budget issue and they wanted to let someone go. And so under the at-will provisions allowed by state law, that's a perfectly legitimate reason to let somebody go. But because they had a progressive discipline policy, it meant that they had basically a question of fact. And so it was a difficult case. And I think that's the kind of thing we want to avoid. Counsel who I've spoken to have said that the VLTC policy, and it may be, I don't know, because Mary brings up the small town versus large town, but their policy may have a problematic feature in terms of the at-will employment clause, which is why, as Mary said, I think it's important to have it vetted by counsel. So I think as long as we get that sorted out, because I do think that there is some benefit to, because you have different scenarios, right? I mean, there's a budget kind of thing where you need to let somebody go versus some disciplinary issues that you want to just correct, and you want to have a fair way of doing it. And I think knowing how to marry those two kinds of policies so that the personnel policy that we implement is workable and doesn't get that kind of question. And anybody can sue about anything, but as long as it's clear and we've done the best we can, I think that's all we need. So, Mary?
Two more points. I talked a little bit to Miranda about it, and she was just pointing out that since we get our insurance through the passive, that might be, another reason to work with VLCT with their model. And also, the Rutland case sounds like almost like a case of reduction in force, which to me is different from discipline. And when I came on this board, the big case was St. Johnsbury town manager, I think, let go without cause. So I think there's sort of two different strands to this. Mm-hmm. If you need to reduce your number of people, perhaps that is something that could be written into a contract or written into a policy. I just think they're two distinct strands.
Yeah. Well, of course, the town managers are under statute and you can only let them go for cause, whereas the employee isn't under statute. And so that's where you want to be clear about the at-will versus the discipline.
Right.
Yeah.
Wouldn't a reduction issue be a layoff rather than a termination?
Well, if you lose your job,
but if you're laid off,
yeah, but it's a definitional thing. And obviously there was standing by the person who was laid off in Rutland to bring the case. And all we want to do is avoid that sort of thing.
Okay. So if I may, that's the kind of clarity that that specific set of questions that can be gained through a personnel policy. But I'm looking at this motion here, and it calls for someone to do a new personnel policy, a new wage structure process, and a resource structure for Norwich Human Resources Board, as well as related recommendations, which will become apparent through the course of the work. So I think so to the extent that it's just the personnel policy, I think it makes sense, as Mary is suggesting, to have town staff take a lead with whatever resources they decide to use, particularly with Miranda's new role. That makes sense. I don't know what sort of what the charge is here. Like there's ways to write a personnel policy, but there's this new wage structure and a resource structure for human resources work.
Well,
That's not going to happen in August 2023.
no, let's just be clear that these are kind of like putting out some ideas, but they're not instructive in terms of emotions.
So what I would say is I would like a new personnel policy and a wage structure to be brought to the board. No, certainly not before September or October, but I think what's more realistic is March.
March?
Yes. It's amazing. You have to rewrite the whole thing from scratch, and you have to research a entirely new wage structure and direct report systems and blah blah blah.
Let's tease this apart. Okay?
So what I'm saying is, but it also doesn't have to be to March. I'm saying Miranda, who I think should take the lead on this, can let us know how much time she thinks it will take. So that's what I got.
Pam has a choose first, then Mary.
I see them as two completely separate issues, and I'd like to see us get the wage structure information before we put together the FY25 budget, because we're consistently under budgeting for personnel line items. And I think we need to find out if we are in line with what's happening in the region before we budget for the next year. The personnel policies, it'd be great to have them done soon, but maybe that's something that could wait till March, and we need to see the wage information by the end of September or sometime in October so that we have that in hand for our budgeting process.
Yeah.
Mary?
I just thought we could just make this motion a lot simpler if we appointed Miranda and Brennan and charge them to review and make recommendations, because they could do an overview and come back to us without, so that we have some idea of the direction and the needs and what's the capability for rewriting certain sections, because certain sections might be easier than others to address.
Can I ask a question? And maybe Brennan can answer this one, but it seems to me that, as Pam was indicating, the personnel policy is one tub and the wage structure is another tub. And it seems to me that the wage structure, we had something professionally done years ago, right?
Right.
And so why would we not have a wage structure professionally done now and proceed with, post haste with the personnel policy? Because remember, I think hiring people now, which we're trying to do, and retaining them, as well as the people that are already working for us, it's all going to be the bedrock for making people feel secure and happy about working in this community. So I think that really can't wait. And the wage structure is a separate track that we, push the train out somehow and get it going as soon as possible, because they're intertwined. Pam?
We did the Condry study back in 2012, and it said we would redo it every 5 years. It's never been redone. And when I attended the HR workshop that VLCT put on, Jill Muir said that she has a list of compensation consultants that she's willing to share with towns that are ready to do wage studies. So I think that would be a good resource for us to reach out to her. And I don't see any reason why the staff couldn't oversee getting that information for us and bringing that back to us. Like I said, I'd like to see this no later than October so that we have this information for our next budgeting.
Let me ask Brennan, do you have a sense of how long it would take to do the personnel policy if you start out with something like the VLCT model and then get it reviewed by council?
I would estimate several months. I don't think it would be 8 months. I think it might be 5 or 6.
Yeah.
So that would be my thought, would be if we can start working on this. I actually brought the topic up at the department head meeting. I think the department heads would like to be involved in this process too, and should be. It's kind of the folks that are also working on it directly with employees. So I think we have the capacity now. We've hired our administrative assistant. I forgot to mention that in my report, sorry. Debbie Wade is now working with us, has been here for a little over a week, and it's been like she's fitting right in. So as the original plan was when we kind of promoted Miranda into her assistant manager position, she will have some capacity to really take this on. So it could be before the holidays maybe, but I think that's kind of the reasonable time frame. And then if I could, just the wage study is something that I think we would need to have professionally done. I think that's, the norm is the towns commission, consultants that have expertise in that. And, with Essex Town, which just split between Essex Town and Essex City up in Chittenden County, doing something similar, probably for very similar reasons, trying to get a handle on what is the current labor market rate that we need to have in place. So I agree that that would be helpful to have sooner than later. It would be a matter of us basically putting out an RFP for a consultant, vetting that, just a bid process that could happen in the next couple of weeks, conceivably. And then come back with we're ready to hire somebody and here's their timeline for completion.
So yes. So you may remember that we had a motion that we never took action on, which was to hire a human resources consultant. So I think,
You mean previously?
So I think the wage structure process and a human resources structure, sort of professional advice in that way, can be a combined RFP. I think we would need that work to inform a personnel policy. Clearly, town staff want to be a part of some kind of governance document. They're not going to write the governance document, but they need a mechanism for to feel heard when that document gets written. So I do think it makes sense to do, as Pam was suggesting in her timeline, sort of a wage structure and some kind of human resource workshopping or a resource assessment, RFP that out, and then Miranda can contemporaneously or simultaneously start the personnel policy rewriting. I really like this idea of some kind of process. I like the idea of some kind of process that intel.
That gets what?
Intel from town staff.
Yeah, I think that's critical. I would just say that the wage study piece is fairly simple and straightforward. Mm-hmm. What we would be asking for specifically related to the human resource assistance is something we would need to vet out and be clear in what we're asking for and how much we're willing to spend for that kind of service.
And I don't see those as necessarily married.
No, I think you could separate them. I think the wage study is simple. I think the asking for an outside service to come look at human resource related issues within the town is more complex and more difficult to explain in an RFP.
And it seemed to me that it might be something that we need to just have, somebody on speed dial that knows our situation so that when Miranda needs additional help, we're not fumbling for who do we call. Mary?
I think on the human resources resource, maybe it could be about communication, like the town staff want to have input, and Roger said, well, we need a governance structure. So it could be just improving a communication in a lot of different directions, within the administration, but also between the elected officials and the administration as well. So it could be just that more than, I think some people describe it as getting along in the sandbox. Maybe we're beyond that, but we do need some good ways to communicate and effectively and respectfully. And perhaps that could be a basis.
Well,
Roger?
And what I'm suggesting is that you hire outside to develop a process for that.
Yes, yeah.
And that needs to be done before a progressive discipline policy is developed, right?
Well, it may already be this too. I mean, I think
I'm saying I I mean, I can list many examples of how things remain unresolved. There needs to be a compensation analyst is a straightforward ask. I also don't think anything revolutionary is going to be kicked up there. I think the region is woefully pays under market to the rest of the world. But anyway, I do think that HR piece really needs to be done before we write a personnel policy. We don't have staff. We're going to have staff coming into new positions. We're going to have new management again. We have recent meetings where where we've seen the employees and the department head have a difference of opinion play out in front of us. Like, this needs to be resolved as part of this process. And I'm suggesting that we do something real easy and technical, which is hire an expert.
Well, I think like any expert, they need to know what the rules are. And the rules are written by the body that puts together and blesses a personnel policy. Because an HR resource can't say you have to do X, Y, and Z if they don't know what the rules are. So I think my feeling would be to barrel ahead with the personnel policy through Brennan and Miranda, simultaneously put out an RFP for somebody to do this wage structure using the folks from the LTC's recommendation, and then simultaneously do something, an RFP for the HR folks. Because we also have to decide how we want to use them. You know, we don't want somebody necessarily to be the, you know, be all and end all. We've got Miranda, but there's going to be some guidelines where Miranda says, this is beyond me, right?
Yes. And I like this idea, as you said, someone on call, but they need to first establish a relationship in order to be on call. So I agree with what you just said in terms of a process. There's three things. Mm-hmm. Two can be solved in an RFP. One can be started by town staff.
Right.
And we can just manage the expectations in terms of like how long we think this can take place by. I agree with Pam. I would like to see it for budget season. I don't know how possible that is. In terms of
how busy
compensation.
these firms are.
So, all right. So
Sounds like we're all agreeing.
Yeah, we agree.
Right. Mary can maybe make a magic motion.
Three motions or? Let's see.
I think we could do it in one.
I mean, you don't need a motion for the human resources work because we took a motion a year ago.
That's true. Yeah, we can lay that one out. Just follow up on that.
Do it.
Okay, let's see.
Well, you might just mention it, you know, like pursuant to the previous motion approving an HR.
Or to take action on our.
Yeah.
Okay. I move to direct the interim town manager and assistant town manager to review and make recommendations for a new personnel policy. And for the interim town manager to act upon a previous motion of creating an RFP for human resources support, and to ask the interim town manager to issue an RFP to research people to perform a wage study to support the edits to the personnel policy.
That's brilliant, Mary.
It
was like three motions into one.
But I don't think I could say it again. Ralph, we got it, Ralph.
I second it. I second your motion.
You okay with it?
I put in my notes. Tape.
Yeah. I hope the tape's good.
Unless you're going to give me something in writing.
All right.
2 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Is that all? Feels longer.
All right. May I call the motion? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. That was huge. Brennan, you have
That's a
a
great
lot
prep,
of
too.
work to do.
Doing great. Get that done.
Isn't that great? I'm very
I'm
pleased.
excited, actually.
Okay. So then we had removed the Katucki case for this evening. So now we are at the interim town manager contract discussion. And do we have a first motion? And this would be again, as it said, about a contract.
I move to find that premature general public knowledge clearly place the public body or a person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 VSA section 313A1.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second by Priscilla Vincent. Any discussion? Can I call the question? All in favor? Unanimous. Do we have a second motion?
I move to enter executive session under 1 VSA section 313A1A to discuss the interim town manager contract and to invite the interim town manager.
Do we have a second?
I have a question.
We'll have, after we have a second, we'll have a second discussion.
Well, my question is, at what point do we invite the interim town manager?
Right.
I'll second it.
Second by Roger. Now, Pam's question is, when do we invite? Whenever we want.
Okay.
Can we have a break?
We can have, we can have that's
Before we
icky.
vote?
Yeah. Okay, before we vote on this, we will have a break and come back at 5 to 9.
And then we'll go into executive session.
We have to vote.
Well, then we'll vote to go.
That's a 6-minute break.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I never remember breaks.
The recording has stopped.
Like your shirt, Mary.
This is my main black shirt.
Very best.
Isn't it cute?
It's the best.
It's very.
Recording here.
Good. Start the recording.
This meeting is being recorded.
All right, we're back from a break and we have a motion on the table to enter executive session by Mary and seconded by Roger. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. We are in executive session at 8:57 p.m.
The recording has stopped.
Losing money.
In
Page 57, I wrote.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, may we have a motion?
I move to enter public session.
A second.
Mary and Roger. And all in favor? Unanimous. And the time, Brennan?
Time is 9:34.
9:34. Okay, good. The next thing is the solar preferred site letter, an executive session anticipated. May we have a motion?
I move to find that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body or person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 VSA section 313A1.
Okay. May I have a second? Second by Priscilla. All in favor? Unanimous? Okay, may we have a second motion?
I move to enter executive session pursuant to 1 VSA section 3A1F to discuss confidential attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional legal services to the body.
Thank you.
Do you want to pronouns?
And invite. Do we want to invite Brennan?
We did last time.
Yeah, Brennan.
And to invite the interim town manager.
Do we have a second?
A second.
Seconded by Roger. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. And time?
Time is 9:36.
Time is 9:36. We enter executive session.
The recording has stopped.
We're set.
This meeting is being recorded.
Move to enter public session.
We have a second?
I will second.
Seconded by Pam. Do we have a vote, please? All in favor? Unanimous? Good. That was Mary, and the time is 10:30. Okay. I have nothing to add to this. All right. The next issue on our agenda item is.
So can I make a motion to table this?
Table number
Item 14.
Table what?
Item 14.
Item 14. Oh,
Because it's 10:30 and I don't know how productive our conversation will be.
I actually don't, I mean, you can make any motion you want, but.
I move to table agenda item 14.
Right. Do we have a second? No second, so we'll proceed. So basically we have a report, and I'm just going to come right out and say, I think it's a bad report. And so I would not be willing to follow the recommendations in here. And Brennan, I would turn to you and would you offer some comments?
The only thought I had, we put this on the agenda hoping to have a report, and we got this report really at the end of last week and put it on the agenda just so people could see what that product had been that we had requested. I won't make a comment on what I think of the report at this point, but we could do a couple things. We could ask for the consultant to come and present this to the board if people would like to do that. Or we could not. We could just say we've seen it, we've read this, and thank you. Marcus Jones, the consultant, had asked whether he should be up here tonight to do this, and I said at this point, no, because I wanted folks to be able to make a decision about whether this would be a special meeting if a report was requested or an agenda item for future meeting. So that's kind of where we are.
So I can take a motion. Can I make a motion, Marcia?
You may.
I move to have the interim town manager invite Marcus Jones from Living Buildings to do a presentation of his report at the next regular select board meeting at 7 p.m.
7 p.m.?
Yes, I'm not discussing this past 8 o'clock. Very important project.
Do we have anyone to second that? No second, motion fails. So I think moving forward in the context of the building, Priscilla, did you have any information?
Yes, Pam and I have been doing some work. And so I would like to just give you a very quick overview of what we can tell you. I toured Tracy Hall with Ben yesterday to have a look at our furnace room and get information from him. Tracy Hall's
Ben Trussell.
Yeah. We have 2 oil-fired burners. They were installed in the fall of 1994. Currently, one is not working. The other one is. I said, well, the one that's not working, is it dead? And he said, he hasn't quite given up. He is ordering parts on eBay. He's been told they're junk. ARC is a company that has been maintaining them, and they have been maintained as well as they could be. So then I talked to ARC. They had submitted a proposal to replace one boiler, probably the one that's kind of dead, last November for $28,704 plus another $2,255 for programmable thermostats. And as of today, they sent me a new estimate if they were to replace the one boiler. And of course, it's gone up because everything has. So instead of 28.7, it would be 32.1. I can give you the exact numbers if you. I'm going to send you all this in writing after this meeting, but I didn't meet the deadline because I wrote it separately. But I'll send it to you. And the programmable thermostats have gone up a little bit. In February, I learned that in February 2020, Lime Green Heat had submitted a proposal for 2 pellet burning boilers for Tracy Hall. At that time, the cost was $95,500. Apparently, this proposal got no traction at all. The Living Buildings proposal was submitted to us. It recommends the EEI proposal again for geothermal. In 2020, that estimate was for $1.8 million. Current estimate is likely to be in the range of $2.5 to $3 million. This would include an oil burner for interim backup. And the report acknowledged the lack of a skilled and knowledgeable workforce in the area, so it could be 2 years to get it all installed. Our immediate problem is we have to do something fast. Pam and I went to the Montshire Museum yesterday, and we met with this wonderful guy, Gary Collins, who's apparently their facilities. I didn't ask. I mean, he must be their facilities guy. They have, also with us was Tom Burden from Lime Green Heat. Lime Green Heat installed the Montshire's pellet burner system in 2017. They do have an oil burner for backup. In 2017, the cost of this whole system was $100,000, but the state of Vermont has a lot of programs to help mitigate that. And so the actual cost of the museum was $35,000. And Montshire is about 39,000 square feet, so it's like 3 times the size we are. So if we're thinking we would try something. Before the new system, the museum was burning between 8,000 and 10,000 gallons of oil a year. Now they're down to around 800. And they spend about $22,000, maybe $23,000 a year on the pellet fuel, but they're saving $13,000 a year, they figure, what they were spending on the oil. So their break-even point was 3 years on their system. We also learned that the state of Vermont, just talking to these 2 guys, has a very robust program to incentivize moving completely from fossil fuels to renewables. And we were told, for instance, that the Rutland School District, like very recently, right about now, has made such a move. It got rid of its oil burners completely. It's doing the whole thing. It happens to be doing it with pellet burners. And because they got rid of the oil 100%, they got $100,000 in credits. If they had kept an oil burner for backup, that amount would have been down to more like $35,000. So that's incentive to get rid of the fossil fuel altogether, right? Pam and I are investigating other things. She is in particular looking to find, she's talking to the consultants. I've been meeting with the building people. We're hoping to get an architectural firm and a mechanical, electrical, and plumbing firm to come visit Tracy Hall in the next week or 2. Trying to get an energy audit done. Yeah.
Hasn't that been done, an energy audit, or not?
Well, if there is, I haven't found it yet.
Exactly.
I think it was done 3 years ago, and it was done by EEI. Okay. So I think probably something more current would be a good idea.
Okay. So I thought,
oh, sorry, one other thing. I also, did I tell you I got ARC, When I talked to ARC, I said, like, what am I going to do for the heating system if we replace the oil burner? They said, well, you may be looking at 6 months. I'm like, well, I don't know if we have 6 months, but there may be some other options that we could do in no longer than that. So we're still figuring that out.
So I was hoping that you were going to have some information about architects. Not yet. Okay.
A retired lead AP architect did come with us, but
I would like to actually hear from Marcus Jones, but not necessarily at 7 p.m. That's a little harsh.
Do I make a new motion?
Excuse me, I'm talking. So I thought there were a couple of really good fundamental ideas in the Marcus Jones report, and it had to do with not using the energy in the first place. So he was talking about adding some thermal mass, and he did mention rammed earth, which I think is not a, nobody's trained around here to do that. I did look, they do it in Australia, they do it in various places, and it's beautiful. It absorbs energy and then it releases it slowly. It's sort of like one of those Russian stoves. So I was quite interested in that.
Where does it go though? Is it like on the side of the wall?
No, it has to come in, and it would probably have to be a foot thick. So you'd have to give up a lot of your interior space. But I thought, just let's not throw that idea out, completely. Just sort of keep that in mind. And also I thought, well, if you couldn't do it with rammed earth, could you do it with brick or something else? But the other idea was an atrium idea. And he said for the west and the south, I assume the entrances, if there was a way to capture some passive solar in that, or else to also maybe not lose so much heat with the doors.
Right, be like a vestibule.
So I just thought that those two ideas were worth it because it would be more about not having to use the fuel in the first place. And I don't want that to get lost. And I would want that to be something that maybe run by an architect who could work out some of the things about it. So just saying.
I did speak to someone today and mentioned that I recall Rod saying that this is a building that's on the National Historic Register, and we are precluded from making any changes to the footprint. And the answer was, well, you need to talk to an architect about what's allowed and what's not allowed. They will know those regulations. So that's one of the things that we could, explore with an architectural firm. What are some of the
further restrictions?
I'd like to think outside of the box. So, we're going to get some names of architectural firms. I have one mechanical engineering and plumbing consultant that I've talked to. There are probably others in the state that we can talk to, but just have somebody come in and go through the building and tell us what they think might be possible.
There's one more thing I wanted to add about the Marcus Jones report is just noticing the attic, that it could use more insulation, probably cellulose, and just seal it up. And that seems like such an easy fix. But he's saying the shell of the building, the brick is good, the roof is good, the framing's good. There's a lot that is fine there. So like getting that attic sealed up and better insulated and getting the oil burner in so we're not freaking out about winter. I think those two things were also really good elements of his report.
Well,
getting the one oil burner or some kind of heat, consistent heat, so that we're not, worried about winter.
Yeah, I worry that an oil burner would be a Band-Aid, and I'd like us to look at the heating as part of a comprehensive plan.
And I think there was a reason that pellet stoves were not considered. It might be pellet storage. Where do you store the pellets? Because they're bulky. It might have been a thing of feeding them in also a hopper system or something. Who's going to take the sacks and pellets and dump them in? So, consideration.
They don't do that
really
much.
They have a vacuum system at the Montshire. They have a hopper. It's like a silo outside.
Okay.
But there are other ways of skinning that cat.
Right. That's the details are important. If we had to have a hopper, we have to give up part of the parking lot. It's sort of that kind of, trade-off, or would that be historically inaccurate? So you couldn't do it, just that sort of thing.
Those are all things that,
I think to me, architect seems key in sorting a lot of those things out. But
I'm also worried about the attic. I mean, if you talk to any of the old people, they always say you want a gale going through the top of the house, right? And for heating and all sorts of stuff. But sealing it off might be losing some space that we could use. So I'd really like to talk to an architect.
Well, the other thing we have to think about in terms of weatherization too are those windows in the gymnasium. Maybe finding some kind of storm window that could be installed that preserves the original window.
We have storm windows. They do have storm windows on
for
them.
The whole thing.
The whole gymnasium and the lower ones, which are quite large, then takes off he used to take them off when the nearly new sale happened in the spring and put them back on the nearly new sale.
I remember something about
They're
the
still
windows
on right now.
needing, that they are a huge air leak. So
Freezing sitting next to them in March at the.
And they do, there are those big insulated curtains. They're very heavy. Part of the problem is that people come in and out all the time. Ben thinks the building is grossly overused. At the moment, we have only this as meeting space. We have no other meeting space in the building unless, we have town meeting in the gym. And the thermostat's in the wrong place. It's over here by the staircase, especially for farmers markets. So Ben says, ought to be over there. There's some small things that need to be addressed in there. We could make a huge list of things what we need to do, and then we would prioritize how fast we got to some of them. But make sure we have heat.
Well, we seem to be going in a bunch of different directions. For some reason, we've got living buildings. I think we're a little bit divided about how we feel about that report. I'm a little bit worried about everybody going off in different directions, but I'm not sure how to get going. But I do think we need to hear from an architect. So whether we have to hire one or something, maybe that should be considered, Brennan.
Another RFP.
I don't know, maybe, but when you start talking about putting thick extra wall stuff.
Yep.
So
lose a lot of space.
So we're not getting nobody wants a presentation from Marcus Jones.
I do. I just didn't, I thought that you're saying it had to be at 7 was not reasonable.
I would like it earlier, but if you would like to make a different motion that supports a future presentation from Marcus Jones, then I would encourage you to make that motion. I would be happy to
I
support
thought
it.
that the living buildings was going to include some space usage recommendations, and I didn't see anything that even spoke to that issue. But they did come in and speak to us in the lister's office about how we felt about the space in there, and we expressed some concerns. So I thought they were incorporating space usage, but like I said, I didn't see.
I felt it was contradictory in parts and it was incomplete. But Roger, just a second. So I think we'll take Roger's comment in a minute, but I think we should either make another motion. We'll also hear from Linda. She wants to speak, but we should make a motion about whether we want to pursue anything with them further or not. Time notwithstanding. Roger?
This meeting has been so difficult for me.
Roger, can you speak?
This meeting has been so difficult for me. So I thought where we left off last week is that we were going to have all of the proposals sort of on the proverbial, if not the literal table. And we would discuss about what was worth pursuing, what still had continued merits or interests. And then Priscilla and Pam, I thought, were working to develop a team of experts, right? Like it would be good to have a builder, it would be good to have an architect, it would be good to have, then who may form a committee to then review what this board thought were the best virtues of past proposals. And we continue to not do that. And so if anyone thinks that's all interesting, like we just do it. Like I can gather everything together and put them someplace, but we need to discuss work that's been done to date and then figure out a team to analyze what we think as a board are the best parts of each. Why are we not doing that?
I think we need some more information.
What more information?
Architects. A lot of things come back to architects. We've got the question about the historical building.
Okay, I can answer that question. It's not on the National Registry. It is part of the downtown, whatever it is, which was that we needed to get, right? And so every building, including the Grange and this, is in it. There's like 2 buildings that are not part of it. So in order to have that downtown designation, still, you need to not change this building's aesthetic merits. Okay, so that's what Rob Francis was talking about. It's not nationally earmarked.
So that goes to putting an atrium outside.
So perhaps I think we might need to know that, or maybe the downtown designation is not necessarily important compared to our energy goals.
Okay, let's have Brennan look into the downtown designation and what the limits are on that.
As far as making changes to structures?
Yeah. And then Priscilla, if you can do something about an architect. I mean, we may have to, if we can't find someone who can give us some initial advice, we may have to do an RFP or something, Mary.
I don't know if architects do this, but it seems almost like we need a visioning session or something like that. Did they do that? Maybe that would be the thing, because of the different elements, that seem to kind of, interfere with each other. Yeah. If we had it all out on the board and they could help us sort it out.
A facilitator, yeah.
Yeah.
A visioning architect, that's what we need.
Right. So I don't know how you find that, but
if you can tell us how to find that person and how much it would cost, that would be helpful. And then we could start getting down to the nitty gritty. But I agree. I think everybody agrees we've got to do something about confirmed heating system as soon as possible. Whatever that is. And now, my dear Linda Gray, would you like to say something?
Thank you. Linda Gray, Norwich resident, and my comments are focused solely on energy aspects for Tracy Hall, not switching space uses, etc. So one is, I do want to remind you all of a presentation that Jeff Grout, our shared energy coordinator, made a couple months ago now, and there were several aspects of a state program. One was the mini grant for $4,000. The next one was an energy assessment done by the state offices, and that's something that I think that you all said, Jeff, yes, when the application is available for Norwich to apply for that, do that. So that is a way that you guys can expect to get a solid, again, very recent energy audit, basically, okay, from the state, and we're not going to have to pay for that. And that's also very important to do, because if there's any hope of Norwich getting further grant money for doing the actual work in the building, you have to have that energy assessment done. So I can be sure to stay on track with Jeff as to when the timing for applying for that is open. The other thing is, I want to echo some of what all of you guys have said about having forming a group to evaluate the information that you have already, for Tracy Hall. So there's the 2020 proposal originally from EEI. I think in the Marcus Jones report, he does a good job of like highlighting the difference between that proposal and then his recommendations. And just FYI, I think his contract was to provide a roadmap on energy issues, not on space needs. So I do think that, and I think you all would find it useful to have him walk you through his report so you understand what he's saying. And I do think like not having it be at the latter half of your agenda would be very useful. I kind of feel like sometime in May, you guys may have talked briefly about the idea of scheduling a meeting where the sole topic was Tracy Hall, as opposed to having multiple things. It's up to you to figure out whether that is the way you need to do it, because there are a lot of complications, and I suggest maybe you try to do that. Maybe it's only an hour or an hour and a half meeting, but that's your only topic, and you don't have to deal with other issues. And I also do think that forming some sort of, and I think I would call it like there was an Article 36 task force. So I think y'all forming a task force to implement stuff on Tracy Hall would be a very good way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. We keep talking about having that sole meeting about Tracy Hall, but I think we need more information so that we can have a meaty meeting. Okay, so did anybody want to make another motion at this point? Brennan's going to look up about limitations on buildings that are in the designated downtown area. And then
You can check with Bob, what's his name? Help me. From Greece and Bob Haynes.
Bob Haynes,
Bob Haynes.
The economic development.
Associate.
Bob Haynes and Two Rivers.
and I know a guy at the ADHD or whatever. I'll send Brennan his name.
So we really need to have a motion to have Marcus Jones come, or we just stick it on our agenda.
I just did the motion for this expediency.
I think Marcia's correct that we're not quite ready. Let's gather more information together and do a special meeting where we incorporate a lot of things that we've learned, and we can listen to his presentation as part of that.
Yeah, I mean, some of the things like this rammed earth thing, I mean, I'm just not comfortable with that without knowing more about what the building can tolerate. And the idea of suddenly out of the blue putting on an atrium, that seems pretty, I was so rocked.
So yeah, we really need a different process for this because we're floundering, which I think we all are feeling. So what if, is there a point person that we can have? Can we send all of this material to Jeff Grout to put it in some kind of coherent presentation, or to maybe possibly be the facilitator for the discussion? You know, what's the accountability piece look like for us?
Well, I think that's why we keep talking about architects, because Jeff Grout would be great for the energy aspects, but then there is a historic aspect, and there's the you know, we talk about a needs assessment for several years. How's the space used for the employees, and is it efficient?
Right.
So there are just a lot of different elements, and to me, the central person would be an architect.
Okay, let's start with, we're going to focus on architect first. And Priscilla, when do you think we can identify somebody, or do you think we're going to have to do an RFP?
I'm still learning how government has to work at its snail's pace, but I would think that I could certainly have information for you by the next time we meet. Good grief.
Okay, perfect.
And maybe even just send a, please do not reply at all, but here's a suggestion to, you know, Brennan and the rest of you guys.
But I mean, a person, when do you think we could identify a person to come and talk to us about the building and do that kind of visioning thing?
I don't know. I mean, I've been amazed. I've called people up and you know, they arranged a meeting like that afternoon. Some people, other people you wait, you get nobody, and then the next day you call them.
Yeah, but architects.
I don't know.
Okay, so we're not going to have a visioning session at our next meeting.
What?
Right?
Maybe we can get some names.
Let's get some names for the next meeting for a visioning session. And if you can just tell people that that's what we're looking for.
Visioning, but only architecturally.
But somebody who would do that, I think, would want to come and, you know, kind of walk around the building a little bit before
Yeah, are you willing to walk around the building with an architect?
I'd love to. I would love it. Bring them on.
It's a scary book.
Do we need to have a discussion about this, or can Priscilla just find an architect that's willing to walk with Brennan?
Sure. I mean, why not?
Yeah. What, have a discussion, or just let me just try and do it?
Well, if you can find an architect who'd walk around with Brennan, then Brennan's going to walk around.
It may take talking to 2 or 3 architects before you find somebody who would be willing to do what you're expecting them to do. So I think Priscilla and I can pull together a list of people and start making some phone calls and just exploring the idea.
Well, the other thing is, if we have a person that'll walk around with Brennan, they might say, well, I won't do the visioning session, but here are some things that you should be thinking about. And here are some people that might do that visioning session with you. Roger.
You could, there's an architect, I believe, or someone who does architecture on EEI's team, right? And then when that working group or group was formed, with Herb, they were advised to limit the architectural questions, right? I think now we're saying that we would like to have more an understanding of how the architecture and space needs are part of our energy questions. So you could, again, invite what's been on the table back into the conversation.
Well, I think it would be good.
There's no evidence that we all have read. And that's a theme of this evening. We need to really understand the work that's been done prior. And if we don't, then we need to ask good questions together. So do we have to put it in a packet? Do we have to print it? We should just do that.
Well, old information can be old information. So what we need right now, I think, is
an architect.
A fresh person would be helpful, I think, to look at the place and then find out how we can do a visioning. And then if Roger wants to pull together all of the old information, and then we can look at whatever anybody else has come up with for new information and make some decisions.
Yes. I do want to, like, you guys have highlighted, sorry. You all have highlighted the worry about next winter. And so there is, I think, realistically an immediate problem to solve. But we also want that solution to be part of an overall picture for the building. But so when you talk about visioning, that seems to me to be a rather long process with input that extends for a while. So I just want to highlight to you that, like, you've got something that you would like to solve within probably 5 or 6 months, and then you've separately, you're proposing other discussions that might take 5 or 6 months before you come to a conclusion. So I'm just cautioning you that you've got some contradictory things.
No, just a long and a short-term plan. Short-term is make sure this building's heated. Longer term, there are a whole lot of things we could do, which we probably can't do all at once because we wouldn't be able to afford to.
Right, but we should have
a plan.
And I think it has to be in stages. Yeah, because the big plan has to go before the voters.
Mm-hmm. So I think
we need to
find that nice new architect, have him walk around with Brennan, and then
does that mean the voters have to approve the use of any surplus funds? And since the ARPA funds are going to become our surplus, we have to go to the voters and ask the voters how they would like to spend those surplus funds.
Does that mean if we could find a way of heating the building this fall, we'd have to have a special town meeting to say, townspeople, you have to
possibly
vote
depends
whatever
on,
cost to
depends on how much we're going to spend.
Let's cross.
Might be able to do it out of a reserve fund.
Okay, so we have a game plan at the moment. Okay.
Can I just make a
comment? Yes, please.
So I think realistically, the heating season begins probably in about 4 months, right? Maybe 5. If we were going to commission a new boiler, a modern boiler that was going to be in service, we would have to start that process like now, as far as getting a bid, hiring a firm that would install that. And so I would make that the top priority prior to all of the visioning and planning that I think is a good idea. If we don't do that, if we drag our feet for another month or 2 months, we might be okay. I mean, we kind of got through last winter with 2 old decrepit boilers, and I can say we wouldn't do that again. But if there is a concern that we don't have a functional, safe boiler here to keep our operation functioning, we should make that a top priority and start looking at new bids. I mean, we have bids that were in the packet here that were from November. $35,000 to $50,000 is probably what we're looking at, and those costs might have gone up a little bit. We'd have to get those renewed, but I would almost think coming out of tonight or at the next meeting, there should be a motion to proceed with trying to commission a new boiler for Tracy Hall. Oil burning, and that's kind of what we have to work with at this point in time.
Which is a decision, really, in terms of energy.
Yeah, I mean, that if you read the living buildings, even with all of the other, kind of more radical ideas. The idea that you have a reliable, redundant heating source, which is an oil-fired burner, is still on his recommendation list.
Yeah. Yes. Come on up.
Pam Piper, a Norwich resident. I just wanted to bring out, I don't think that this was resolved, but in the EAI report, we talked an awful lot about the ventilation and the air quality in this building and how really terrible it was. So I just want to make sure we talk about the old reports being old, but that was really critical information and it needs to be carried forward. Thank you.
I think COVID underlined that for us too.
We have a long list of things that need to be in a comprehensive plan, and that's one of them.
There were a lot of good specific recommendations in the report.
Yes, Priscilla.
If it were possible to get a system in the same amount of time as it took to get an oil burner, which I prefer not to get, so that we just didn't have an oil burner, we had something else. I'm not sure if that's possible, but it seems there's a faint possibility. I personally would love that and not have an oil burner at all. But I suppose this being a government, that I have to go out and find all kinds of bids from all sorts of different people, which makes it such a slow process.
Well, you'd have to say, I want to bid for oil burners. I want to bid for pellet stoves or whatever they call them. And that kind of begs the question, which direction are we going?
You could get bids for each and then make some kind of decision.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not just the bids, it's also the data that goes along with each technology.
That's true.
How much money, I know Priscilla sent an email to Brennan asking, what have we spent on oil over the last 3 years? What have we spent on repairs? Those are all costs that, we have to look at and compare to any new system that we might consider, whether it's a more efficient boiler or whether it's pellet burners or whatever.
Well, the other issue I would imagine is that if you put in an oil burner, you're just replacing, one for one. But if you put in a new system, you're probably going to have to do other retrofits.
Right. And the oil tank is in good condition. Mm-hmm. And fossil fuel is very energy dense. So you don't have to have, a ton of it around. I think, if you do the pellet stove, you will need your hopper.
Right.
You will need to have
You have an oil tank. I think we have 2 oil tanks out there.
I don't know.
Okay. So yes, Brennan's going to.
So here's the. I'm sorry. So here's the suggestion as we're at 11:07 here. What if we re-engage with Jeff Grout, who I've been very impressed with as far as his knowledge of heating systems and not just the renewable side, but I could certainly talk to him between now and the next meeting. We can even have him maybe come in at the next meeting and talk about the reasonable expectations of other systems other than some sort of a oil burner and see if that's even viable. Because I haven't heard anyone else mention a pellet stove here in any of these past reports, and I don't know why, but he probably does.
We have talked about it. There's I see the chart of greenhouse gas emissions. It was part of the materials brought forward when we had done the vote, right? So I think I agree with your suggestion because it was in fact mine that I made 40 minutes ago. So that's great. And but we cannot, we have to look at the previous material. I'll gather it all for you. We have discussed the pellet question. It's not, there's no bags involved. It comes in a truck. It's oh my God.
Feel free to put it all in the packet for next time.
Well,
meanwhile,
I don't think you read our materials.
I read it. I read every single page.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep it. So Brennan is going to look at the downtown stuff. He's going to talk with Jeff Brown about doing a presentation. Priscilla is going to find us an architect. Was there anybody else going to do anything?
Pam's working on stuff too.
I'm working with Priscilla on the heating thing and the architect.
Okay, so I don't know what you mean by working. I'm very concerned about,
Meetings.
Open meeting.
Well, we don't know anything that they're doing and we have not
Well,
charged them. So
A,
this is
they're-
very legal.
There are two of us. So that's not a quorum.
Well, we can't jump to that conclusion.
Am I not allowed to work with someone? I mean, if she makes phone calls and I make phone calls and we go meet somebody together, is that considered illegal?
We've been taking a very conservative approach.
No.
So when I did that meeting with you and the town manager and the finance director and the treasurer, we advertised it as a public meeting. And so, if
We went to the Montshire yesterday and met with their facilities manager. Is that something we should warn, that we're going to go to the Montshire?
I mean, I talked to him at 11:30 and he saw us at 1.
Right. I know it's clunky, but I think if a couple of us went out to the DPW garage, we'd probably have to warn it.
Really?
Yeah.
I talked to John Carroll and he disagrees. He said any two members can talk or whatever.
More of an example of reading materials. All right, I'm gonna actually go. So I gotta go. It's 11:10. Thank you.
At 11:10, Roger left the meeting. So I think if two of you want to go independently and do stuff, I think that's okay.
But we shouldn't meet with the same person at the same time.
Well, is there any need to meet with the same person?
I think the answer is no, they shouldn't.
Right.
No, well, it was just very interesting having a general conversation over at the Montshire there, and she asked questions I didn't think of.
Yeah.
I'm not in agreement with that approach. I don't think we can ask each vendor to do two separate tours or two separate conversations. And she doesn't know what I've asked. I don't know what she's asked. And it's just redundant. And like I said, I had a conversation with John Carroll and he said, if it's two members, it's not a quorum. He was in the Senate when this bill was passed. I would think he would know what he's talking about.
We're in the middle of a lawsuit. And Mary?
I also noticed on if you go to the Secretary of State's, site and look at the open meeting law, and I don't know if this is a change, but it says a committee of any size. So that could be two. And, I think we're facing this idea that the working groups, which I think are quite productive, less than a quorum, to me, they have a lot of value. But I think under the open meeting law, I think it's being strictly interpreted, and it's not a good idea. Just if you're going to adhere to the law, even to meet as two people without warning it as a meeting.
And we haven't made you a committee.
No. And I asked at the last meeting if this group had a problem with me working with Priscilla, and you said that's up to Priscilla. And now you're telling me that it's a problem.
Well, I'm sorry if I seem to be going backwards. I'm trying to.
Okay.
We're all trying
to just obey the law. That's all.
Right.
That's all.
So
I think it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm
But she's
really
allowed to,
confused.
she's not allowed to talk to me? Tell me
Well,
what
they
she
have,
said.
the example that they give on the website is, if two people in a committee go to a Christmas party somewhere, is it okay to talk to each other? Well, it is, as long as you're not talking about something that you're going to make a decision about in your committee. And we are going to, in the future, make a decision. So, hello, would you like to make a comment? Please do.
Robert here, Norwich resident. For the record, that's one of the reasons I voted to defend the town against Mr. Katucki. It's exactly these questions of what legislative governing bodies are. It's a different story. What I'm concerned about, the Tracy Hall discussion, is I'm hearing we're going to save money here. We're going to save money by doing this, but I'm not hearing any real awareness of the need to reduce greenhouse gases in the production of heat in buildings. I'm hearing, well, let's shift it from fossil fuel to pellet fuel. But we're not talking about what the long-term goal, how we can avoid locking ourselves into decisions that are going to lock us into producing greenhouse gases for a longer period of time than we need to. The transition to some form of highly efficient, non-greenhouse gas producing heat seems the easiest, least expensive versions do seem to talk about having some sort of redundancy and in the form of an oil burner that has a specific lifespan ahead of it. That might very well be the best way to go, but without considering the long-term savings of reducing emissions, then we're doing nothing to respond to the will of the town as expressed over different times and in different votes. And it really need to think about that with every decision that involves systems that can produce greenhouse gases, not merely reducing fuel oil usage, but actually improving our position in the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I would say for gathering information, even if you guys get overlapping information, that's okay. I mean, but if you're going to go someplace funky as it is, warn it.
Can I send her an email to tell her what I've done? I mean, I'm serious. Can I do that?
I wouldn't. I mean, yes. Mary?
I wouldn't either. I mean, I don't like it, but I've had to adjust to it. You know.
So I could write an email telling people what I've done, send it as part of the select board packet?
Yep.
Wow.
I know.
So, and at this stage, as we've talked about, we haven't really got any direction yet. We're trying to find that direction, right? And balance the need to heat this place in the winter or in 4 months.
Common.
Yep. Versus do the responsible thing and try and reduce the greenhouse gases and figure out what's the best thing to do with this building so that it's usable far into the future in the best and highest efficient ways, any way you can think of it. So that's why the only thing I can think to do is to start with an architect who can tell us we're off the walls, or, you know, these things would be reasonable. And then at that point, we could maybe say, you know, people need to do stuff, but I'm not sure the board does that, or if you do that, or a group like Jeff Grout, you know, leads that. So can we just focus right now on the architect?
Yeah, maybe can we move on?
Yes. Okay. All right. The next thing on the agenda we probably should table yet again is the continued discussion of agenda planning for the remainder of 23. Obviously, job number one has got to keep this place warm and figure out what we're going to do with spending the money that we have to potentially save the DPW and work on Tracy Hall. But we can table that for another day. And then if you all agree to do that. Do you? You agree to that?
When are we going to set the tax rate?
Get information from our finance director and then we talk about it.
Yeah, there's actually some discrepancy there in who controls that information. And I need to talk more with Joyce about it, but
Okay.
I mean, she felt like most of this comes from the lister's office, to be honest with you. She didn't have access to some of this
The listers will present
information.
the grand list. And that's the number that gets plugged into a worksheet that was used by previous town managers to calculate the tax rate. So the only thing that you need is the grand list. And I understand that I think they're going to have it ready next Wednesday, if I remember right.
We could potentially put that on for the next meeting, setting the tax rates. That sound right, Mary?
When is our next meeting?
Well, that's the next agenda item.
Something else we were going to talk about.
Right, so set the tax rate. The next meeting. And so I was concerned because we're at the 21st, and if we go to the second meeting, that gives us 1, 2, the 12th, 3 weeks in between this meeting and that one. So do we want to do the same again and have special meetings on the first of the month? I mean, the first week and the third week? Or do we want to use the interim week, which would be next week, I suppose, or the following week, to have a special meeting on some particular thing that we don't get to at other times? And that would give us 3 meetings in July.
Meetings is probably smart. It probably wouldn't be up till 11:20.
Right. So maybe we just divide up. We could have one on what? Like the 5th, the 12th, and the 26th? Make the 5th a shorter meeting, but get through some things that we've been trying to reach.
Once again, that's the Norwich School Board meeting night, and I would not be able to attend their meeting if I'm here.
Yeah. Well, the only other thing we could do would be the 28th, the 12th, and the 26th.
We have some business that needs to be completed by the 30th of June.
We do indeed. So what do you think of that?
So what would the agenda be for the 28th?
The interim town manager contract.
As a special meeting?
Special meeting, and maybe we could put
Maybe
something
the
else.
boiler decision for the quicker.
Okay, could you do something about the boiler information by the 28th?
Probably not.
Yeah.
You're talking about getting bids?
Yeah.
No.
Not, okay.
I mean, I guess.
We could probably find some more short-term.
Well,
decisions.
ARC gave me a bid with 24 hours. They said, we'll update the one.
If we're going for,
But if you have
doing
to
a
go for
procurement process here, I think we'd have to give vendors more time to respond in a week.
So are you saying the 26th and the 28th? Meetings two days apart?
28th of June.
28th of
Meeting the
Oh,
26th, we're not available.
I think we're in
July 26th.
Contract.
Okay, all right, I'm getting mixed up. It'd be June. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so what if we say special meeting on the 28th,
June 28th. Okay.
June 28th, and limit it to no more than 2 hours? So we'll have to think about another thing to go along with that. And then, what do you think? That would be then the 12th and the 26th?
26th.
And those would be regular meetings.
I think that's good.
I think we need to get back to the regular meetings.
Yeah.
And then are we talking about July 12th? We will set the tax rate? If you set it on, you're either going to have to do it a regular meeting or call a special meeting, because you can't wait till the 26th to set it and still get the tax bills out
What
by the
if
31st.
the listers, grand list is going to be ready by when?
I think it's the next Wednesday. They meet next Wednesday with the assessor, and I think they're hoping to finalize the grand list, but it may be a couple days after that. I'm not sure.
Then the only time we can do it is the 12th.
The 12th too late?
In the past, there have been special meetings called for just setting the tax rate. But
we could just,
But if you set it for the 12th, then, I don't have a problem with that. But we need to give enough time to Brennan to actually calculate, and Joyce to calculate the tax rate for us to look at.
Sheet you just fill in.
Okay.
It's an Excel spreadsheet. And then if we set it on the 12th, there's enough time to get the tax bills out by the end of the month. Yeah, because the first due date is August 30th. So you have to be out 30 days before August 30th. So you have to be out probably by July 31st. I don't know where that would have to be. Friday, July 30th. I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong.
Okay, so let's do this. Brennan, would you please talk to your shop, the people who send out the tax bills, and the Joyce, about setting the rate, and see if they can all, if the list is available like on the 28th or the 30th, can they have what they need first to help you set the tax rate by the 12th so that we can meet on it and then get the bills out 30 days before they're due?
We're supposed to get the education tax rate at the end of June as well from the state. There's several pieces that come in that go into the spreadsheet. It's not just the grand list. We have to get the education tax rate from the state.
Yeah. And you think that's when?
They usually send it out at the end of June.
Okay, so.
And we have to get the county tax rate. So there's several pieces that come together in this.
Okay.
Oops.
So we'll have a special meeting on the 28th where.
Cheryl says her hand is up.
Oh dear. Yeah, okay. Cheryl, go ahead.
Hi.
Hi, Cheryl.
The grand list is now going to be available July 7th, Friday, July 7th. We originally had thought it would be done by the 5th, but we've had to make a couple of additional grand list changes, and we need 2 weeks from today, which will bring us to the 5th. So the lodging will be done by the 7th of July.
Thank you for correcting me. I was guessing.
I know, that's fine. It's fine.
Thanks for telling us that.
Okay, you're welcome.
Cheryl, when do we get the education number from the state? Do you remember?
Yes, typically the education tax rates are available by June 30th. At the latest.
And then we also have to get the information from the county.
Well, the Windsor County tax got prepaid back in March, so we already know that information because it's already been received.
Okay, so we're all set. We should be able to have everything to decide the tax rate on the 12th. And basically it's you telling us what it should be.
Yeah,
that'll. I'm just curious.
What was the question?
How that tax rate, it's been a town manager was recommended that this is the tax rate.
The town manager has worked with the finance director to fill in this worksheet that was created, and that comes to the select board from the town manager.
Yeah, Joyce and I weren't here last year, so that'll be interesting. Does anyone have a copy of this worksheet you're talking about?
I can send you a copy of what the worksheet looks like. I don't have the actual Excel spreadsheet, but hopefully she can find it in the file.
Miranda probably has it.
Yeah, Miranda may have it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by Mary. Second by Pam. All in favor?
Yeah.
We are adjourned at
11:28.
11:28 p.m.
it's not tomorrow yet.
Not, but close.
Thank you. The recording has stopped.